Are we ready to begin? All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, June 24th here in North Lake Tahoe. Nice to see everyone. We are going to begin with a flag salute, so if you would please rise and join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will begin with our consent agenda, and all items on the consent agenda have been recommended for approval by the County Executive Department. All items will be approved by a single roll call vote, and anyone may ask to address consent items prior to the board taking action, and the item may be moved for discussion. So anyone on the board like to remove an item? Supervisor Gustafson.
I don't need to remove the item, but on item 28A, the easement abandonment, my husband's survey firm did the work, and so I need to recuse on that item.
All right, we'll have Supervisor Gustafson recuse herself on 28A. Anyone else from the board? Anyone in the public like to remove an item from the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, we will bring it back to the board for a motion.
I move approval.
I'll
move
second.
approval.
All right, we have a motion by Jones, second by Landon. Roll call, please.
Landon?
Yes.
DiMattei?
Yes.
Jones?
Aye.
Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
Aye. Great, thank you. The consent agenda is approved. And now we'll take public comment. This is an opportunity for anyone in the audience to address the board on... No, she recused. On an item that is not on today's agenda. So you are welcome to come up and make a comment. We give you 3 minutes, and we appreciate your comments. Good morning. And if you would state your name for the record.
Good morning, Supervisors. Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. And what I wanted to talk about this morning is that Tahoe is not for sale, no matter what they tell you. The U.S. Senate bill, U.S. Senate has quietly reintroduced public land sales into the so-called Big Beautiful Bill under the false promise of addressing the housing crisis. But let's be clear, this isn't about affordable housing. It's about raising revenue to fund tax cuts for the wealthy by selling off our public lands. We're told that everything will be fine if there's local control. But responsible local stewardship doesn't fix a colossally bad federal idea. Our public lands, the forest, lakes, ridgelines, and wilderness that define the Tahoe Basin are not placer counties. They're not the states, they are the commons, they belong to all of us. And yet again and again, those in power fail to defend them. Supervisor Gustafson claims to support local control, but what does that mean when local means a narrow circle of developers, consultants, and county insiders? When residents speak out against hotel sprawl, luxury real estate, and traffic choking resorts, their voices are dismissed, diluted, or ignored. Congressman Kevin Kiley has remained silent as Tahoe's federal lands are put up on the auction block. Instead of stepping up to stop this unprecedented transfer of public into private hands, he looks the other way. This is not leadership, this is abdication. And where is the League to Save Lake Tahoe, once the region's boldest defender? Their muted response to these existential threats is disappointing. Lake Tahoe doesn't need branding campaigns or cautious neutrality. It needs champions, and it needs them now. From a potential hotel atop Brockway Summit to a potential build-out on Highway 267 and the Mount Rose Corridor, the signs are clear. This isn't planning, it's profiteering. It's a vision that values luxury tourists over working residents, short-term revenue over long-term sustainability, and real estate over resilience. Tahoe is not for sale, not Fallen Leaf Lake, not Desolation Wilderness, not Brockway, not the public lands that generations have protected and enjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Board and members of the board. My name is Patricia Orr, speaking on behalf of Strong North Tahoe. You'll find a full letter in today's packet titled Kings Beach Center Request to Revoke Fourth Amendment and Reassess Project Direction. I want to focus on a critical issue, a documented material breach of the Kings Beach Center purchase agreement This is not just a development proposal. It involves public land, public incentives, and public engagement. The county made a good faith effort to restore accountability through the Fourth Amendment. That effort now deserves to be enforced. This agreement dates back to 2018. After years of shifting timelines and extension, the Fourth Amendment, approved in December 23, introduced for the first time 4 measurable performance milestones. One of those required quarterly submittals to the county of written updates on project status, anticipated schedule of submittal of documents, and status of project milestones. Staff made the purpose clear. They stated, this is the first time we've embedded milestones to keep the project moving forward. That was the county doing their part to create structure, but the developer did not do theirs. After months of outreach and a formal Public Records Act request filed May 23rd, the county confirmed on June 13th, the county, quote, the county did not receive quarterly updates prior to the June 4th, 2025 update. We understand the developer has held regular coordination meetings with the county staff, but the Fourth Amendment was clear. Updates were to be submitted in writing and on a quarterly basis. Internal discussions do not replace the formal public requirement, and the county confirmed those written updates were never submitted. That's 6 missed reporting deadlines over 18 months. The June submission was not structured, not quarterly, not proactive. It came only after a Public Records Act request and does not fulfill the requirement outlined in the agreement. And yet, that basic condition intended to track real progress was ignored for a year and a half. So here's the question. If the county received no updates for 18 months, on what basis has compliance with other milestones been evaluated, especially when core elements like project description have kept changing and no notice of preparation has been released, even though the extension was granted largely to allow CEQA to proceed? If no one had filed a Public Record Act request, would any update have ever been submitted at all? And if a required milestone weren't being tracked, on what basis and any milestone like the stable project description deemed actually complete? This milestone wasn't symbolic, it was the foundation of the extension. And under California law, including Taylor versus Johnson, failure to meet time-bound obligations, especially when central to a contract, can be considered a material breach. We urge the board to revoke the extension due to non-compliance, pause any related actions, investigate the status of all milestones tied to the Fourth Agreement, and reset the process with enforceable, transparent, and time-bound requirements.
Well, thank you. And you did end up commenting on this item.
This is not associated with item 13A. This is about the Fourth Amendment material breach. I stated that clearly to the Board of Clerk. It was accidentally included in there. It should have been separate, and she confirmed that she restated that for the record last night. I can provide that. This is a different item.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comment. Anyone else like to make a comment for public comment? Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Catherine Hill, Executive Director of the Tahoe City Downtown Association. I just wanted to welcome you guys to Tahoe today and give you a couple updates on what we have going on. So if you haven't been up to Tahoe lately, we have our 20th anniversary concerts at Commons happening right now every Sunday on the beach. It's been fantastic to have our 20th anniversary year, so if you haven't been there, please join us. We also wanted to say for the 4th of July, we are bringing back our fireworks show for the first time since 2019 at the behest of our business community. We're excited about that, and we're able to offer shuttle service from North Star. We're adding a stop in Kings Beach. And thanks to support from Palisades Tahoe, we're going to be offering shuttle service from Olympic Valley and on the West Shore this year. So hopefully that'll help cut down on the traffic, but get everyone to town as they want. And then on a different matter, I just wanted to mention TCDA requests that the county engage with the public in open discussions about the future of publicly owned properties in Tahoe City. Transparent, inclusive planning leads to better outcomes and stronger community trust. Several underutilized public parcels, such as the old fire station in Tahoe City, present opportunities to enhance our downtown core. With thoughtful planning, these spaces can boost our local economy and better support the business community. These developments can serve multiple purposes: connecting missing bike trail systems, providing arts and cultural venues, supporting housing needs, and enhancing public access and use. As Executive Director, I want to make myself available to work with county staff and leadership to help shape these projects and reflect the needs and values of Tahoe City residents, businesses, and visitors. And I look forward to working together with all of you on these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the update.
Thanks.
Anyone else in the public like to make a comment or public comment? Do we have anyone online?
Yes, we have one online, Chair. Diane, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Greetings, Board of Supervisors. This is Diane Lacy from Crystal Valley Park Community Services District, District 5. Because you're up in Tahoe, I thought I'd say that. I just recently, as of yesterday, had contacted the recorder's office and also spoke to an assessor. And I saw that although it's a good step for the county to notify when a title is changing on a piece of property to the person of record. Where the problem I'm experiencing is when a family member dies that was under full-time caregiving. It takes quite a few steps for next of kin if there's no trust or will in place. So I'm recommending to the county that we need to do a little bit more, although it'd be nice. Now the caregiver in this scenario would be getting the notice if that person or any associated person or scammer who is looking for somebody who recently died and is finding properties that are completely paid off to do quitclaim deeds on. What I'm suggesting and asking for is that there be a fraud alert you can put on a title while you're working through the process to get your orders to prove that you're next to kin or appointed as executor. So, because it does no good if you have somebody who has possession of a property collecting the mail and so on and so forth, you're never going to see that notice. So I think it just needs to go a little further, and I would appreciate the county's help on that for everybody, because as seniors go, sometimes that's how it goes. And in my case, I can't even tell if there's any documents in the house. So in the meantime, it would be really useful to be able to put a fraud alert and an affidavit stating death of owner, next to kin, and the process is in progress. So with that, I would yield, and action would be approved.
Thank you. Anyone else, Marcy?
No one else, Chair.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We will close public comment, and since we are not yet at 9:30, we're going to take a couple of our department items. So our first department item is item 14.
Madam Chair, can I give a quick?
Oh, yes, I'm just moving right along. We do have board member and CEO reports. So let's do board member reports. Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you. Two events we held last week on wildfire preparedness and evacuation. One in this room, we had approximately 50 to 60 people in attendance, plus another 75 online. We had CAL FIRE and our sheriff do the bulk of the presentations to the community, but also our local fire districts, Liberty Energy, and our air pollution control district all participated. It was a great event, and we did record it so that it will be available for the public to see online to make sure that they're aware of the resources and preparations they should take. Then on Saturday, we had several hundred, I think the estimate is over 500 people attend at Auburn at the CAL FIRE headquarters with, again, the sheriff, our fire safe councils, CAL FIRE, and many other support groups. It was a great turnout, and again, I urge everyone to be prepared. The public first responders cannot protect us on their own. They need our help to defend our homes, to be prepared to leave. And then finally, earlier we heard a public comment about Congressman Kiley maybe not standing up for this area. I was contacted by his office last week along with Supervisor Brooke Lane from El Dorado County. He made a statement and has contacted the U.S. Senator proposing to sell public lands in the basin, and he's made it very clear Lake Tahoe is not for sale. So he's taken a strong stand with the U.S. Senator from Utah who's proposing this public land sale, and I just would like to thank Congressman Kiley for listening to our community on that.
And thank you for that update. Appreciate that very much. Supervisor Jones?
Yes, I would like to let everybody know that last Thursday I attended the ribbon cutting for opening the new auxiliary lanes that were completed on Interstate 80, the one that the off-ramp at Rockland Road, and also the on-ramp at Douglas Boulevard. And it was very nice, a lot of representatives from Caltrans and the cities in the county. And everyone is very excited to finally have all that construction done.
Yes, hopefully that will make a difference on I-80. All right, anyone else? And Daniel, anything from the CEO's office? All right. Then with... No, I realized you didn't. All right. Now we will move to a few department items before 9:30. So our first department item is number 14 under Community Development Resource Agency. And we have our staff member via Zoom, and this is a consultant construction inspection services. So, you know what? It's a really long title. So I'm just going to let whoever the staff member is on Zoom to share it, because then she'll do it better than I would. Sorry, folks. A little bit tired this morning.
Good morning, Ben Bardashian, County Surveyor.
All right. Good morning, Ben.
Speaking on behalf of Alice for this item, Department Item 14. I'll proceed with reading the action items into the record. Action 1, authorize the purchasing manager to execute a contract with SOMAS under the existing Master Services Agreement to perform construction inspection services for the Placer Ranch Development Phase 1A, 1B, 1C villages, and Phase 1B and 1C backbone infrastructure in the amount of $1,338,750, and to execute contract amendments up to $100,000, subject to the County Council and Risk Management concurrence. Action item 2, approve and authorize the Community Development Resource Agency Director or any designee to execute a construction inspection services agreement and all amendments thereto with Gen CA Placer Ranch LLC to fund both consulting construction inspection services and a portion of the county staff time for inspection and project facilitation services to manage the contracts, subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence. Action item 3, approve fiscal year 2024-2025 budget amendment number AM-01171 for engineering and surveying in the amount of $1,438,750. Action item 4, determine the proposed actions are consistent with the Sunset Area Plan, Placer Ranch Specific Plan, Environmental Impact Report, and revised errata certified by the Board of Supervisors on December 10, 2019, and the addendum to the Sunset Area Plan, Placer Ranch Specific Plan, Environmental Impact Report, approved by the Board of Supervisors on December 13, 2022. In a little bit of a background, for projects of extraordinary magnitude or that contain specialized infrastructure and require a magnitude or skill set beyond that required for standard construction inspection services, the county contracts with consultant inspection firms to perform these specialized construction inspection services. In May 2025, CEDRA Engineering and Surveying Division solicited quotes for the Placer Ranch Specific Plan Phase 1A, 1B, 1C villages, and Phase 1B and 1C backbone infrastructure work through the Task Order 28 from the county's existing qualified list number 20487. SOMAS Engineering was selected as the best qualified firm to perform the inspection services. The constructing developer for the identified infrastructure, Gen CA Placer Ranch LLC, also known as GEN, will be required to pay the full cost of the consultant inspection services, as well as county staff time for managing the contract. Upon execution of the construction inspection services agreement, Jen will initially deposit $200,000 for these Phase 1A, 1B, and 1C inspection improvements. The county will draw down from these deposits to pay monthly invoices to the consultants. There is no impact to general fund. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ben. Any questions from the board? No? Any questions or comments from the public?
No one
And
online.
seeing none, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Motion by Jones, second by Supervisor Gustafson. Roll call, please.
DeMattei,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Gustafson,
Aye.
Landon,
Yes.
Gore.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we will take item 15A, which is probation. It's the Placer Reentry Program Counseling and Educational Services Agreement with Sacramento County Office of Education. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Gore, Daniel Chatney, Karen Swab, members of the board. I'm Shauna Garcia, Supervising Deputy Probation
Will you
Officer.
move your microphone
sorry.
closer to your mouth, just
Oh.
so everyone can hear better?
A little bit
Thank you.
taller, sorry. Sorry about that. I'm Shauna Garcia, Supervising Deputy Probation Officer, overseeing the Placer Reentry Program. Today, we're here to provide an overview of PrEP services and accomplishments. May I introduce our PrEP Director, Christy Fee.
Good morning,
Good morning.
members of the Placer County Board of Supervisors. My name is Christy Fee, and I serve as the Director of Reentry Programs for the Sacramento County Office of Education. I'm really happy to be here and see some of you again that attended our graduation, and it was a bonus actually to come up here to Tahoe. I'm honored to be here today to share our annual update on the Placer Reentry Program, as we call PrEP, with Probation Chief Passenheim, his probation team, along with Victoria Rochester, who provides management to the PrEP program, along with Christy Goetz, who is our transition specialist here in our Tahoe location. I look forward to highlighting the meaningful progress we've made, the lives we've impacted, and the continued value of our services and what they bring to the community. Oh my, little vibration there from the clicker. So, reentry is more than a second chance. It's a path forward for people to make lasting change in their lives while positively impacting their families and the community in which they live. We support people through transitions, whether it be upon their release from incarceration or navigating the criminal justice system. To reduce recidivism, we focus our efforts on rehabilitation, on addressing the root causes of criminal behavior, and connecting people to resources they need to succeed. And later on this morning, you're going to hear a success story from one of our graduates up here in Tahoe. We're proud to celebrate 10 years of service here in Placer County. We're building on 17 years of reentry experience through the Sacramento County Office of Education. Since the program's inception, we've enrolled over 4,500 individuals, each with a unique story and potential for change. Our partnership with the California Department of Rehabilitation continues through 2027, providing dollars associated with delivering these services. And this critical fiscal support has allowed us to continue expanding our program and services. This gives you a timeline of our growth of programs in Placer. In 2015, we started with our program in Roseville, co-located with probation in South Placer. 2016, we expanded to Auburn, where we're located next to the Auburn Parole Unit. 2018, we started up here in Lake Tahoe, where we're also co-located with probation. 2020, during COVID, we quickly transitioned to virtual programming to maintain support, and we still continue to offer virtual services to ensure ongoing accessibility. In 2021, we expanded our support for youth by introducing new programs within the juvenile hall and the children's system of care. In 2023, in collaboration with the District Attorney's Office, we launched the DA Pre-File Program, an early intervention program for individuals at the point of their first arrest for theft-related offenses. In 24-25, in response to California AB 890 and Prop 36, we work collaboratively with probation to provide programs, services, and supports specific to those mandates. This gives you a glance of all of our service locations. This year, we expanded to provide services at the Auburn Health and Human Services Center to provide classes for youth on probation. So we're very happy about that partnership. This slide illustrates our structured service delivery model, which includes monthly outcome reporting to probation. Together, we continuously evaluate program performance to ensure alignment with best practices and make timely data-informed adjustments that support a participant's success. At the core of our model is an evidence-based assessment tool that we use with every participant to ensure we're identifying and addressing the most critical factors that influence recidivism and long-term stability. Effective case planning begins with setting the right goals that are realistic, personalized, and aligned with each participant needs to accomplish during their time at prep. Through collaborative case planning, we create a unified roadmap that connects each participant to the right services at the right time, maximizing engagement, accountability, and outcomes. Each case plan is designed to address criminogenic needs, factors that directly contribute to recidivism, such as substance use, unemployment, limited education, antisocial attitudes, and dysfunctional relationships. What makes our approach effective is that these plans are not generic. They're tailored to the individual's unique background, trauma history, and learning style, ensuring that support is both relevant and transformative. This shows you the array of services that our participants receive to meet their goals, such as job placement, benefit enrollment, substance use, mental health treatment referrals. Every week, we offer a screening for substance use in partnership with Health and Human Services. In our Roseville location, we have cognitive behavioral classes that address life skills, anger management, parenting, criminal thinking, domestic violence. We have free vocational training through the Northern California Construction Training Program, offering direct pathways to union job opportunities, and support with educational goals, whether it be obtaining their high school diploma or enrolling in college. Here's some key highlights from this last fiscal year. We introduced a fentanyl and opioid awareness class to address the growing impact and concerns related to these substances. Prop 36 theft diversion class, we just finalized developing that program in partnership with probation, and that'll launch in July. We expanded our juvenile services to offer more classes throughout the week, addressing life skills and anger management in more locations. We offer Spanish-speaking services to ensure accessibility for all participants throughout the county. And we proudly celebrated the 96 graduates at our recent graduation, each one a story of progress and perseverance. And since 2023, we served 107 individuals in the DA pre-file program that I mentioned earlier, helping people make better decisions, providing access to other supportive services and resources. That proactive approach offers people a second chance by allowing the arrest to be removed from their record, and it also reduces the burden on the court system and promotes long-term community safety. Here's a couple of data metrics. We had a 72% increase in employment rates from the time they enter to the time they exit. Every PrEP participant who is unemployed and not on disability is enrolled in an employment readiness class and also linked to other key partners such as the Department of Rehabilitation, Golden Sierra Job Training Agency, Placer School for Adults. These targeted supports are helping them re-enter the workforce with confidence. We've had about 307 enrollments with a goal to grow that number each year as demand and impact continue to rise. Participants have completed over 7,000 dosage hours. What that means is that's time they spend in a structured, evidence-based class focused on building new ways of thinking, coping, and behaving. Research shows that the more time individuals spend in targeted interventions like that, the greater their chance of long-term success and stability. Here's where we received some feedback from our participants in the program. 91% report that the program helped them meet their supervision goals with probation, 88% said they felt more hopeful and confident in their decision making. That boost in confidence goes beyond just compliance. It reflects a deeper transformation. When individuals believe in their ability to make better choices, they're not just meeting mandates, they're building momentum for lasting change. Now, the best part of this presentation, and that's Tim, who worked with Christy Goetz here in Tahoe. He's a success. He's a graduate. His story is a powerful reminder of the importance of offering these programs and services, and I thank you for your time, partnership, and continued support. And Christy is joining him.
Thank you, Christy. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I don't talk in front of people often, so I'm going to use some notes. Just a little background on me. My name's Tim Mitchell. I'm someone who has struggled with substance abuse since I was 16 years old. I did many different drugs in my earlier years, but I consistently smoked pot and I was always a drinker. Alcohol had a hold on me from day one, and I learned to be a high-functioning alcoholic. It wasn't until a few years ago when I got my first DUI that I ever really considered giving up drinking. Shortly after my first, I got my second DUI. I think I subconsciously knew how hard this journey was going to be and didn't have faith that I could do it without some serious intervention. In my troubled mind, what better intervention than the legal kind? Before meeting with Christy, I was doing my community service and going through the required legal motions, but still drinking whenever I felt I could get away with it. Over the course of some months, I failed a couple urinary tests and violated my probation each time. When I was ordered to meet with Christy for the first time, I still wasn't convinced I would ever be able to stay sober. I couldn't help but think if I could just make it to my next urine test for alcohol, maybe I could get away with a night or two of drinking before having to clean up my act again. I knew at this point in my life, this kind of behavior wasn't sustainable. I always wanted to be able to live without a crutch like so many others do, but every time I tried, the difficulty of it always won. That's where Christy came in. From the beginning, I liked her. The fact that she had made it through her own battles with alcohol immediately made me more likely to listen to what she had to say. No alcoholic wants to be told by someone who has the ability to just have one drink how to stop drinking. It wasn't as simple as that anyways. We went back to the beginning and examined my upbringing, situations from my past, and how they affected the person I ultimately became. I didn't expect to go as deep as we did, and I was forced to recall memories I hadn't accessed for a very long time. Seeing how past trauma impacted the victim mentality I chose to adopt wasn't easy. There was some tough truths I had to acknowledge that didn't always paint the people I love in the best light. It's not easy to realize that your own mother was indeed an enabler, but luckily we also covered how to forgive. Over my time going through different workbooks with Christy, I learned a ton about myself and my family dynamics. While I came from a loving family, everyone has their faults. It wasn't just external. I also was made aware of how much I had learned to manipulate others to get what I want, to trick people into focusing on their own shortcomings so I could go about my excessive drinking without being made accountable. One of the most important things we touched on was codependency. To be completely honest, I had never heard the term prior to starting that section of classes with Christy. It was something that was learned at a young age, but that had really began to create problems for me as an adult with both friends and girlfriends. The beauty of all these things Christy brought to light for me was that as I was learning to see these things for the first time, I had her to answer all of my questions about these topics. I was fortunate enough to be able to ask questions about how these new findings pertain to my personal life. Just reading these things online or in a book would not have had nearly the same impact that my prep classes had on me. I truly believe that me getting into trouble and subsequently meeting Christy was a blessing in disguise. She's been the single most helpful person in my life over the past 2 years. This sobriety journey has had so many ups and downs, with depression and anxiety rearing their ugly heads more often than I care to admit. While I did have some external motivation for not slipping up with drinking, mainly the courts and the legal system, I did receive permission from the judge after my first DUI to smoke marijuana. Only after working the program with Christy for some time did I realize that was the next battle I had to take on. I quit smoking pot on my own, regardless of the fact that legally speaking, it wouldn't have gotten me into trouble. I knew from all these things I was learning from Christy that it was ultimately just another crutch, causing me not to feel life in its entirety. Shortly after eliminating marijuana from my life, I did the same thing with nicotine, which I had also been using since the age of 16. Having Christy in my corner has been hugely beneficial to me, and I feel very grateful that our paths crossed. People in my family and friends that I'm close with know her name. They know how helpful she has been to me and how highly I regard her, because when someone helps you this much, you can't help but talk about it. I've told her, and I'll tell you, if I ever get married, Christy's invited. I had to be ready to do the work on myself, but I'll always be grateful I had her help along the way. The PrEP program has been one of the most positive experiences of my life. I'll be 2 years sober from alcohol on July 17th. Thank you for listening.
Tim, just thank you so much for sharing your story and being willing to do that, and congratulations.
Yes. Thank you, Tim, and congratulations. And thank you, Christy and PrEP, for all your guys' support in getting him to where it needs to be today. Appreciate it. As PrEP marks its 10th year, the program continues to evolve to meet the changing needs of our communities. Regional partnerships, such as with Nevada County Probation and the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, have supported community service continuity, resulting in meaningful cost-sharing opportunities. These partnerships have allowed Placer County to maintain service levels while managing costs responsibly. PrEP's evolution demonstrates the value of collaborative, adaptive models and expanding access to services while supporting long-term program sustainability. The requested action exceeds the purchasing manager's authority and requires your board's approval in accordance with the procurement policy. Therefore, your board's approval is required to proceed with an award agreement with Sacramento County Office of Education in the maximum amount of $966,000 for the period of July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. The following three actions are requested. Number one, approve an agreement with the Sacramento County Office of Education for counseling and educational services in the not-to-exceed amount of $966,000 for a period of July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. Number two, authorize the Chief Probation Officer or designee to sign all required documents and amendments up to a maximum cumulative amount of $96,600 annually, subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence. And number three, authorize the Chief Probation Officer or designee to execute subsequent renewal options to extend the agreement for 2 additional one-year periods with a renewal amount not to exceed $1,062,600 annually, subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence. Thank you, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions from my colleagues? Supervisor Landon?
Thanks. No questions. Just wanted to say thank you so much to you, Shauna, and Christy, and Tim for sharing your story, and other Christy for just your incredible impact on, I'm sure it's not just his life, but many lives. And I just think this is the best investment that we can make as a county to be able to help people, hopefully before they fall off the waterfall, but if they do fall off the waterfall, just getting them back to living their best lives. And the work you do is so important and it does not go unappreciated or unnoticed. And I'm just so thankful for the work that you do, and appreciate all of the lives that you guys have impacted.
Thank you. We're extremely proud of all those accomplishments also. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Landon. Supervisor Jones?
Yes, thank you. Thank you all for your program. A number of us did attend the graduation, and it was amazing. It was really amazing to see the transformation in those people. And for each of them that came up and spoke, you could feel their excitement and their feeling of success, and it's all due to all of you. And, I was on the board of the Placer County Board of Education, so I can appreciate a county board of education. In fact, your superintendent even remembered me from years ago. So I wanted to say that for all that you guys have done and everything, the wonderful accomplishments you've made in helping people like that. I proudly would support you. And I want to tell those of us on the dais that even Placer County, we had our own little success story at that graduation. One of our members of the temporary mobile shelter graduated from that program. And at about the same time, she also made her way into permanent supportive housing. So it's kind of your success is part of our success too. And we really do deeply appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Jones. I'll open this up to the public for any comment in the public on the action item we're going to take this morning. Any public comments? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
I'll move approval. Proudly.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Jones, second by Supervisor Landon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your support.
Always nice to have positive news on the work that we do in the county, and then it's also very nice to have opportunities where we get to thank people who invest in our community. So our next item is a commendation for T. May Duggan for her contributions to the North Lake Tahoe community. I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Gustafson to read the commendation.
It would be my honor and privilege to read this commendation. I'll try not to get choked up because I know you're already got me choked up this morning.
And
Put
she
on
puts
your
on
dark
her sunglasses.
glasses. I'll try to do this justice. In the matter of a commendation recognizing Teresa May, a la T. May Duggan, for her contributions to the North Lake Tahoe community. Whereas Teresa May Duggan is a longtime Tahoe local, arriving here in 1977 for a summer job at the Tahoe Vista Marina, and having met her husband Gino there, has called Tahoe home for nearly 50 years. And whereas T. May is a cordon bleu certified chef who ran her company, a catered affair in Tahoe for many years, and became active in the business community and supported many community events and gatherings. And whereas T. May saw the need for an organization to be the voice for businesses and the community in North Lake Tahoe, which was the beginning of the North Tahoe Business Association to represent the local business community and promote the North Shore as a vibrant community. And whereas through T. May's leadership in the North Lake Tahoe Truckee Leadership Program was born in 2004, after T. May observed many young individuals moving to the area and thought a leadership program would bring energetic doers together and provide them with tools to become leaders in their community. T. May remains a supporter of the program, which has graduated over 480 individuals. And whereas T. May was an early activist for improving the built environment of Kings Beach and the lives of its residents, she obtained a grant which was key in bringing an expert to the area to consult on the dangerous highway, State Route 28, running through Kings Beach, and laid the basis for the Kings Beach Central Core Improvement Project, a $50 million project finally completed in 2017. And whereas it was T. May's organization and activism that raised awareness of the substandard housing issues in Kings Beach, resulting in the Domus Affordable Housing Project, a $33 million project funded by public and private investments. And whereas T. May served on the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation Board of Directors from 2007 to 2013, and then went on to serve on the Asset Development Community, which fulfilled her vision of a community center to serve and strengthen the community, bringing multiple nonprofit organizations together under the same roof with the formation of the Sierra Community House in 2019. And whereas T. May has been a strong supporter and advocate for Placer County's Kings Beach Library, where she has served on the Friends of the Library for many, many years, and was also key supporter and assisted in fundraising for the Boys and Girls Club facility in Kings Beach at Kings Beach Elementary School. And whereas T. May has been a neighbor and friend, a mentor and leader, and an advocate and champion, leaving an indelible mark on the Kings Beach and North Lake Tahoe community. Now therefore let it be known that the above commendation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer at a regular meeting held today. So on behalf of all of us, Team A, these words don't capture everything that you've meant to this community. You're surrounded, by leaders in our community who've given so much because you inspired them. That's why they're here today. That's why we are doing this today. You have touched thousands and thousands of lives here, and we're so grateful to have you here. Those are the words on our commendation, and I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Gustafson, for reading that. And my goodness, what an impact you have made in this community. And I look at all those projects and I think, wow, she worked on this and she worked on this and she worked on this and this and this. But your efforts are a clear demonstration of why it matters that residents get involved in our community, because you've made huge impacts in this community, and our board is really grateful for all that you have done, as I'm sure your community is. And so what I'd like to do, I think, is open it up to public comment, because I think that there might be a few people in the audience who would like to say something as well. So we'll open this up to the public, and I will ask you all to come forward to make your comments.
And I will go first. Welcome to Kings Beach Board of Supervisors. It's a gorgeous day outside, so hopefully you'll get to leave this room soon and go enjoy it. And also, hello and welcome to my fellow community members. My name is Heidi Bushway-Verkler, and I'm the current president of the Friends of the Kings Beach Library. I'm here to talk about someone truly vital, as Supervisor Gustafson has said, vital to our community and the heart of our community, but as well as to our beloved, quaint little library. Teresa Mae Duggan, and as many of us know her as T or T May. I first met T when I was invited to attend a Friends of the Library meeting over a decade ago at her house, and I must honestly say she is the reason why I'm still involved. She not only opened up the world of what a powerful little group can do, but also to everything that she has done for the library. So now, some might see the library as just a building full of books, a place for research, a place to borrow a movie, and yes, it's all that, but it's also so much more. And thanks to T and her varied efforts over the years, our wonderful Kings Beach Library is all that and more. Her continued support for all things library has kept our lovely library walkable and open for longer hours for our patrons. Our library is a hub of community connection. T's efforts in selling hot dogs on the beach for many, many summers and years has helped to bring the community into the library. Her vision helped bridge a digital divide and provided access of information for everyone, regardless of their age, their income, or their language, their home language. With her efforts, it's been a place where neighbors meet and where ideas are shared. Her story, from story times that spark imagination to our youngest residents, to a safe place for people to meet, to work on their English skills and empower our youth, our young adults. T has always supported and promoted all things library. She's also made sure, through her efforts as a leader of the Friends for many years, that our library is a beacon of equity. It's a place where everyone is welcome, where resources continue to be free, and where opportunities are open to all. It's a safe and inclusive place that reflects the diversity of our community and serves as a true equalizer. But the truth is, our library thrives because of the efforts that T put forth years ago with fundraisers, community building events, grant writing, and encouraging community members to support this amazing place that provides so much, be it from longtime community members who bring their children or grandchildren to story time and fun seasonal events, or our seasonal employees who appreciate and utilize the computers and the ability to print documents. Some fundraisers and community events that T has recollected over the years, as I mentioned before, selling hot dogs on the beach, volunteering at the Beth Weber Art Show, chili cook-offs during Snowfest, and of course, the infamous annual July book sale. T has been a library champion and advocate for the library's continued success in our walkable town, particularly with the wonderful location close to the Kings Beach Library and Boys and Girls Club. Speaking of success, did you know that T, when she was a child, was the top reader in her summer reading program? Thus, the reason why she has been a lifelong learner and a love of libraries and a major contributor to the libraries throughout her life. T, thank you for all you have done for Kings Beach and the North Tahoe community, but I'm here to thank you for being an amazing leader, a sensational advocate, and an inspiration to so many when it comes to community, our community, all ages and genders and nationalities. You're a champion when it comes to lifelong learning and the love of reading. The North Tahoe community is lucky to have you and honored to have you, and we all are so thankful for you. I love you. Thank you.
Yeah, come on up. Good morning.
I'll try. My name is Sarah Coolidge. I'm a resident of Tahoe Vista. I'm so pleased that you are here honoring our friend T. May. There's been a lot written and said today about things that I have also been orbiting T. May with for years. I don't really know when I first met her, but I was involved in the Family Resource Center that one day became the community house, and the leadership program, and maybe when it was when I worked for Placer County doing the WIC program. I don't know when I met her. We talked about it a little while ago, and we're not really sure. We orbited for quite a while. And then in 2014, I was wooed into running for local office. And you are politicians. You have had to do things like that. And I know we've got some people here in this room that have also done that. I grew up in a family that believed that citizen government is what we're doing here, that any one of us could actually step into that kind of leadership role. And I also felt woefully unprepared to do that myself. I kind of arrived running for office without knowing what the heck I was doing or why I was even doing it, except for that I knew I needed to. And someone said, you should talk with T. May Duggan. This is a piece that we haven't talked about here today yet. She has helped so many local people run for office and get elected, not just in North Tahoe, also in our neighboring Truckee. And when I first met with her to meet on that subject, it was a revolution for me. I was terrified. I didn't feel like prepared at all. And I ended up sitting with somebody who laid it all out. This is how you do it. Do these things. And luckily for her, I'm somebody that does what I'm told, even when I'm terrified. And we had wonderful times, meetings, working on ideas, creating postcards, and knocking on doors together. That was the most fun. And T. May walked with me and other volunteers to knock on a door of someone I'd never ever met before and say, hey, maybe you don't know who I am, but I'm running for office. And that's a pretty scary thing. And yet it worked. And it took a little while maybe, but it worked. And I have seen her do this over and over again with other people in our community, bringing forth that vision of, yes, any citizen can step into government. And I believe that we truly need that. And that every time that happens, we are stronger and better off. And T. May. All I want to say is there are so many more people not in this room right now, not even on this planet anymore, who are dancing and singing and celebrating your commitment to moving that vision forward over and over and over again. I am honored to have you as a friend, and I am so thankful that you are here with us today, receiving this blessing. You deserve it tenfold over. Thank you for commending her on this.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Stacy Caldwell, the CEO of the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. Good morning, Team A and her fan club. I want to just add to the singing of her praises and just acknowledge the work that she has done in this community, both strategically, thinking about her impact and her investments over time, whether it was the Kings Beach core projects or call to action in 2008 when the Community Foundation, which she was on the board, didn't have the resources to do a grant cycle. And so she is a fearless fundraiser. Two phrases that always come to mind when I think about you is they've got a target on their back and they're waiting for your call. So thank you for showing up for our community. Thank you for being so strategic and so loving and caring about your community. It's been a pleasure and honor, and I'm so glad to celebrate you today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Members of the board, this is an easy one, right? You can take a deep breath and enjoy. Alex Morolatos Lakeshore Resort, resident of Tahoe Vista, Kings Beach. I met Team A in 2004 when I arrived here from San Francisco to run our family business full time. She recruited me onto the North Tahoe Business Association, where she was an advocate, and everything Cindy just articulated became prevalent and obvious to our board. She recruited all of us into leadership. She promoted leadership and education, as you've heard. She brought to the forefront advocacy around roundabouts, which this community lacked intelligence and knowledge about. But she brought passion and education and a framework for advocacy that, although it took us 12 years to get the roundabouts, we succeeded, mostly due to Team A. Also, I am an elected official. Just like Sarah, I also comply. I am wearing red, white, and blue, which are Team A's colors. Thank you very much. And I'll share with you a couple of anecdotes that the impact she's had on our community. I've served on the Truckee Tahoe Community Foundation. That is the organization she left. I serve for this county on the Redevelopment Disillusionment Committee. I serve as your TBID chairman for TBID Zone 1. I've served on the Resort Association for 14 years and on the NTBA for 9, and just transitioned that organization into a district under our chamber with other leaders in this community. And I wouldn't be having sat on any of that if it wasn't for the influence of Teresa May Duggan. And she's done it time and time again. She's stuck us with a pin and said, "It's about the lake, stupid." How many times did we hear that when we were in heated discussions with opposition and proponents? And I also attest to the very difficult chore of going door to door, knocking on registered voters and meeting people, but it was the most amazing, eye-opening, enthusiastic effort I've ever experienced in my life. And that was Team A telling us what to do, telling us what to do. That's the power of this individual. So I just want to say here to the accommodation that you have bestowed upon her. Well-deserved. Team A, we love you, thank you, and continue to lead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Wonderful to see all of you whom I haven't seen for a while. Jennifer Merchant, 31-year resident of North Lake Tahoe. I too can't pinpoint the moment I met Teresa, worked with her at the Autumn Food and Wine Festival, may have been the first time. I'm a neighbor of hers. We own property just down the street from each other and have spent many hours cooking up ideas, trying to figure out how to get people involved in supporting redevelopment and improvements in the Kings Beach community. To say she's inspirational is just not enough. Cindy really coined some of the words that come to mind. She's a mentor. She's been a mentor for me. She helped me see a path to leadership within the county organization for many years, and how to get things done and lift people up within the organization, how to develop support for ideas and projects that we wanted to move forward in the entire North Lake Tahoe area. Of course, with Teresa focusing a lot on Kings Beach. A lot has been said about what she's done for her community. She is a community organizer through and through. I've heard the stories about how she grew up with her parents in a household that was full of organization and bringing people in, convening them to make a place. Making place, building community is something that she does without even thinking about it. I was at her home last night for dinner, and we were talking about some of the old days and how much fun we had instigating involvement from the community. And it's really something that I've learned from and continue to do even today in my work, in my personal life and my work life. And it's all because of what I learned from Teresa May Duggan. I know also children that she has touched, people who grew up under her leadership, watching somebody work in their community on behalf of their community. I will say that on my own family's part. My daughter wouldn't be where she is today without seeing how to model that behavior from not just her mother, but from other women in her community. And Teresa most definitely was right there at the forefront. So Teresa, thank you for being a friend, a mentor, a leader, almost a parent to so many of us, and a sister maybe is the more appropriate term, I don't know. I would say that placemaking, she has made a place in my heart, and it will be there forever no matter where I am. So thank you so much for recognizing true leadership and a true mentor in our community. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Would anyone else like to make a comment? Come on up and.
Well, I'll have to raise it up a little bit. Good morning, Supervisors. Justin Brolio, Community Affairs and Government Affairs Director for the North Tahoe PUD. First, on a personal note, as a graduate of, I think, the third or second North Tahoe Truckee Leadership Program, thank you, T. May, for inspiring my love for civic service and local government, and so many others who were in those first few classes with the North Tahoe Leadership Program. I met T. May in 2005 as a reporter for the North Tahoe Bonanza, covering local news and interviewing her on many subjects, and then worked with her as an executive for the Tahoe City Downtown Association, learning the Main Street model and how to get people involved locally. So thank you personally, and thank you on behalf of the North Tahoe PUD for all you've done for this community.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make a comment? T. May, would you like to come on up and say something? All right, please do. As you said, you don't want to waste a good opportunity to speak before a local body.
I've never done this before. Okay. First of all, my name is Teresa May Duggan. I'm from Tahoe Vista, California.
And would you bring the microphone down a little bit?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
It's hard after Justin. Yeah. Thank you for this generous recognition. I guess if you hang around long enough, eventually your name gets called. And suddenly people start saying all sorts of flattering things about you. I'll take it. I'm glad they're saying it while I'm still here to hear it. But honestly, what happened in Kings Beach wasn't the work of one person. It was a group effort, a big one. Many of those collaborators are here today, and you've heard from them. And you know who you are. And I want to thank you all. Your ideas, your passion, occasionally your relentless emails. Together, we turned Kings Beach into a great place to visit and an even better place to live. Now, let's not pat ourselves on the back too hard. The work isn't finished. Sure, we've got $50 million of public investment poured into infrastructure. The roundabouts and sidewalks, they've seen some things. They're not new anymore. They've been walked on and driven over and probably skated across. But hey, the drainage project, it's doing its job, keeping Tahoe blue, one storm at a time. And now it's time for the private sector to show up. We built the foundation, literally. It's time to build hotels. It's time for retail. It's time for more warm, dry, dignified housing. Domus Development set the bar. Let's see who's ready to match it or even beat it. Yes, that's a challenge. Working with the Placer County Board of Supervisors was honestly a pleasure. They didn't just show up for photo ops. They listened, and every version of the core project got better. Proof that when the community speaks and leadership listens, good things happen. And let's give credit where it's due. Placer County did something exceptional. They respected the public process. And yes, I'm going to say that line again because you knew it was coming. For a process to be credible, it must be open, transparent, informed, interactive, and inclusive. Catchy, we should put it on mugs, really. So let's keep going. There's still much work to do. And as my dad used to say, and he said it often, those who can must. And we can, and we must. So let's keep doing right by Kings Beach. We've got high standards. So up yours. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait. And by that, I mean your game. Let's keep the momentum going. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Team A. And with that, I'm going to bring it back to the board and ask that we just move approval on the commendation.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the commendation.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Well, congratulations. Thank you so much. And we have the commendation we'll bring down to present to you.
Please.
And we'll come down and take a photo with you.
In front of the flags? 83. That's I can't my first one. First one. I know.
I remember meeting her. I met her at We'll line up.
You've heard enough, I know. Heard enough about me. Okay. Okay, well, let me get back. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Thanks for leading that.
I know. I remember. I think there was Jennifer Montgomery who was a supervisor, and she goes, okay, nobody's ever done that before. And it was really well done.
That was well played.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, up more. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, so much for your comments and your support of Team A. That was a pleasure. Well, now we've got to get back to more business, and so with that, we're going to take our 9:40 timed item. It is item 2A. It's the 2025 Olympic Valley Public Service District Fire Impact Fee Nexus Study, a capital improvement plan annual update, and increasing the Olympic Valley Public Service District Fire Impact Fee. And we're going to conduct a public hearing, and we've got Gina on Zoom. Good morning, Gina.
Good morning, Chair Gore and members of the board. I'm Gina Olivares with the CEO's office, and the item I'm bringing to you today is a Nexus update for Olympic Valley Public Service District Fire Impact Fee. The action before your board today is specifically 1, to conduct a public hearing, to A, adopt a resolution approving the Olympic Valley Public Service District Fire Impact Fee Nexus Study, capital improvement plan and annual update dated March 2025, and increasing the fee to $2.81 per square foot for all residential land use, $2.81 per square foot for accessory dwelling units of 750 square feet or larger, $3.13 per square foot for retail commercial land use, $4.03 per square foot for office land use, $2.24 per square foot for industrial land use, and $2.61 per square foot for hotel lodging land use, to take effect on August 25th, 2025. B, determine the proposed action is exempt from environmental review pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA guidelines, section 15273, and alternatively is not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15378. So Olympic Valley Public Service District's last fire impact fee nexus was completed in 2001, so it's been a while, and this update includes a capital improvement plan, an annual fiscal update, and increases the fire impact fee in compliance with Government Code 66,000. The district board approved this update on April 29th, 2025, and this item is now before your board for consideration, as your board ultimately carries the power to make the fees effective. That concludes my presentation, and happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. So we'll open the public hearing. Any questions from the board? No? Any comments from the public on this item?
No one online, Chair.
All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. We'll bring it back to the board for action.
I'll move approval.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Jones. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Gina. And next, we have our 9:45 timed item. Item 3A, which is Creekview Ranch Village 4, annexation into County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 173, Dry Creek Sewer. We're doing this via Zoom? Okay.
Hello.
There she is. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. Sarah Gilmore here on behalf of the Environmental Engineering Division to present the Creekview Ranch Village 4 annexation. As stated in the board memo, we are requesting that the board open a public hearing to adopt the resolution, which is included in the staff report, to annex the Creekview Ranch Village 4 property into the boundaries of County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 173, Dry Creek. This 42.58 acre property is located east of Cucriolo Road and south of PFE Road in West Placer. Creekview Ranch Village 4 contains 173 proposed EDUs. Based on rates contained in the amended reimbursement agreement with the Dry Creek West Placer Community Facilities District Number 1, the total fee would be $471,079. The county will disperse those fees as required in the agreement. And with that, staff supports this request, and in order to move forward, we request that your board open the public hearing to annex the subject property into the boundaries of County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 173, Dry Creek, and if there are any questions, I would be happy to address them.
Thank you, Sarah. So we will conduct a public hearing on this item, and any questions from my colleagues? We'll open it up to the public for any comments from the public. Seeing none, we will close public comment, and I'm going to ask the clerk to announce any protests.
There were no protests received.
No protests received. All right, so with that, we can close the public hearing. Yes.
The action requested hasn't been read into the record, so if I could ask Ms. Gilmore to read those actions requested in prior to the board's motion.
Yes, please do that. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah.
Absolutely. The action requested is, number 1, conduct a public hearing to consider all protests, if any, to the annexation of Creekview Ranch Village 4 property located east of Cucriolo Road and south of PFE Road in West Placer, APN 472-120-031-000, into the boundaries of County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 173, Dry Creek, to provide sewer service and to determine whether written protests of the annexation have been received by a majority of property owners who own more than 50% of the assessed value of all taxable property into the proposed zone. Action number 2 is adopt a resolution annexing the Creekview Ranch Village 4 property, APN 474-120-031-000, into the county service area 28, zone of benefit 173 Dry Creek for sewer service. And the final action number 3 is to determine the proposed actions are exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15319.
Thank you very much, Sarah. All right, so with the action read into the record, we can move approve, or yeah, we can take action.
I will move approval.
Second.
All right, motion by Supervisor Landon, second by Supervisor DiMattei. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. All right, Sarah, it looks like you have the next item, which is item 4A, Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Property 2, annexation to County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 232, Placer Vineyard Sewer.
Yes, so similar to the last one. As stated in the board memo, we are requesting the board open a public hearing to adopt the resolution which is included in the staff report to annex the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Property 2 into the boundaries of County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 232, Placer Vineyards. This approximately 133-acre property is located west of Walerga Road and south of Baseline Road in West Placer, and Placer County Code Section 13.12.260 does not specify annexation fees for the Zone of Benefit 232, and therefore no annexation fees are owed by the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Property 2 portion. Staff supports this request, and in order to move forward, we request your board open the public hearing to annex the subject property into the boundaries of County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 232, Placer Vineyards. I'm happy to take any questions, and I'm prepared to read the action into the record.
Great, thank you. Why don't you go ahead and read the action into the record, and then we'll conduct the public hearing. Or we're going to conduct the public hearing now, and I'll let you read it into the record.
Okay. Action number 1 is to conduct a public hearing to consider all protests, if any, to the annexation of the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Property 2 portion, located west of Walerga Road and south of Baseline Road in West Placer, consisting of assessor's parcel number 023-670-001-000 through 023-670-010-000 into the boundaries of County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 232, Placer Vineyards, to provide sewer service and determine whether written protests to the annexation have been received from a majority of property owners who own more than 50% of the assessed value of all taxable property in proposed zone. Action 2 is to adopt a resolution annexing the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Property 2 portion, consisting of assessor's parcel number 023-670-001-000 through 023-670-010-000 into the County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 232, Placer Vineyards for sewer service. And action 3 is to determine the proposed actions are exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15319. And that concludes the action.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Any questions from the board? All right, we'll open this up to the public for any public comment. And seeing none, we'll bring it back and ask the clerk to announce, to announce any protests.
The clerk's office did not receive any protests.
All right, thank you very much. So we can close the public hearing and take action.
I move approval.
I'll second. Motion by Jones, second by DiMattei. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Next, we have our 9:55 timed item. This is item 5A. It's the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan, Property 2, Phase 1, Small Lot Subdivision Final Map, Tract Number, Final Map. And with that, Ben, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Gore, members of the board. Ben Bardauction, County Surveyor, here to present item 5 of your agenda as Placer Vineyard Specific Plan, Property 2, Phase 1, Small Lot Subdivision Final Map, Tract Number ESD 24-00295. I'll read the actions requested into the record. Action item 1, authorize the chair to sign the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan, Property 2, Phase 1, Small Lot Subdivision Final Map, Tract Number ESD 24-00295, and the Subdivision Improvement Agreement, and authorize the recordation of the final map and the agreement. Action item 2, determine the proposed actions are consistent with the final environmental impact report for the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan project, certified by the Board of Supervisors on July 16, 2007, and the addendum to the final environmental impact report for Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Property 2, adopted by the Board of Supervisors on August 13, 2024. A bit of a background on this. Within the 94-acre site, Phase 1 includes the creation of 193 residential lots, ranging in size from 4,883 square foot to 15,448 square foot, and includes 10 new publicly maintained roadways, 7 lettered lots for landscaping and drainage purposes, and 3 remainder large lots for future phase residential lots. The off-site backbone improvements include the full build-out of the new Placer Creek Drive roadway, southerly from Baseline Road, to include public sewer, public water drainage, dry utilities, and survey monuments. An off-site improvement agreement and security is in place, assuring the completion of Placer Creek Drive improvements. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate that. Any questions from the board? All right, seeing none, we'll open this up to the public for any comments. Any comments from members of the public? That we will close public comment and bring it back to the board for action.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Landon, second by Supervisor DeMattei. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Next, we have item 6A, which is the revocation of executive rights to parking area encroachment permit number 48, Alpine Peaks Residents Association, Corchville Road, Ward Canyon, Tahoe. And good morning, Matt Randall online.
Yep, good morning, Chair Gore and board members. Matt Randall, Deputy Director with Public Works. Said perfectly, Corchville Road. The Department of Public Works is requesting to continue this item to the August 5th, 2025 meeting at 9 a.m. or as soon thereafter as possible.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Do I need to open it up to the public? I do need to open it up to the public. Any comments on us of continuing this item? All right, if not, we'll bring it back to the board for action to continue the item to August 5th, 2025.
Madam Chair, I'm going to make that motion. I did want to thank Matt and Derek Gady for coming up and meeting with all the parties on site. We've had several meetings on site. We're trying to work this out as a win-win, so I appreciate tabling this for today and bringing it back. So
Thank you.
moved.
And I will second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks.
Next, we have item 7A, which is an MOU and funding agreement with the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board. Nick Martin with your Tahoe CEO's office. This item before you is requesting your approval of 3 separate agreements with the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association, also known as the TNT-TMA. If you remember last year, we brought all of the TMA agreements at one time to you at the June board meeting, partly to help in streamlining and better transparency, but also to provide an opportunity to celebrate some of the successes of our partnership with the TMA. Now, there's also a 4th agreement that is that TMA contracts with the county on, which will be coming later, and I'll address that in a separate slide. I'll give a brief background of our partnership, and then hand it off to Sarah to speak more to the successes and some innovative ideas for this next year and this upcoming summer. The TNT-TMA is a nonprofit organization which was formed in 1990 and is focused on providing advocacy and promotion of innovative solutions to the transportation needs of the North Lake Tahoe Truckee Resort Triangle. TNT-TMA is guided by a 15-member board of directors whose composition is a testament to true public-private partnership. Members include major resort partners like Sugar Bowl, North Star Palisades, and Homewood, neighboring jurisdictions, the town of Truckee, Washoe County, Placer County, Truckee Tahoe Airport District, Placer County Transportation Planning Agency, Town Center representation, as well as community members at large. The organization has played a critical role in advancing the county's transportation initiatives here in Tahoe, especially regarding promotion of transit. And we are looking forward to working with them more in the future on finding new and innovative ways to increase our regional awareness of our transportation programs. The 3 agreements that you will be asked to vote on today is for the annual TART marketing program, a summer park and ride program, the North Lake Tahoe Express Airport Shuttle funding agreement. Then in italicized gray text there is that conspicuously missing 4th agreement of the winter park and ride program, which we are working out some payment details with the TMA on that, as far as they've had, and Sarah will speak to the success of that program over the past year. They've expanded it, and they've reached out and have been recommended for additional funding from the NTCA TOT TP Dollars at Work program emergent grant cycle, which you'll hear about, to expand that, and it adds a little bit of funding complication for them. So we're going to work through some details over the next month or 2 and bring that 4th agreement to your board. So I'll go ahead and hand it off now to Sarah to speak to some of the successes, and then I'll read the final slide with our actions for you.
Thank you, Nick, for warming me up here. Good morning, members of the board and Chair Gore. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Sarah Van Sicklin, Executive Director at the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association. And I'm going to advance my slides. So wanted to share with you a few of our partnership successes in fiscal year 24-25. First, we'll talk a little bit about the Park and Ride program. This program provides auxiliary parking lots and free shuttle service to the resorts during peak periods. We partner with Placer County on this. We received generous funding through the TOT TBID Dollars at Work program this past year, and also receive some funding contributions from our resort partners as well. This past year, we continued with our parking program on the weekends to North Star and Palisades, and we increased our supplemental shuttle service to Palisades, introducing 1 additional shuttle on each route, which allowed us to get down to 20-minute headways. We also added a day of additional supplemental service for the North Star route, which mostly benefits just from hourly TART bus service. And we added a service from Truckee to Sugar Bowl during the peak season daily, which provided 2 morning runs and 2 afternoon runs to allow people to get to and from the resort. Because of these changes, we were able to see a dramatic increase in ridership. Ridership increased over the year by 60%. In 23-24, we had 9,926 riders, and then in the winter of 24-25, we had 15,870. That was in large part due to adding the Sugar Bowl service and increasing our supplemental shuttle service on our other routes. However, we were really encouraged, especially on the Palisades route, that even when there were parking reservations still available, people were choosing to take the shuttle. So we're starting to see a little bit of a behavior switch and people realizing that the shuttle is easy and free and choosing it even when there are other alternatives. We also saw from our survey that there was an 80.8% satisfaction, people rating the program 5 out of 5, which was encouraging, showing us again that this program is meeting the needs of riders. Next program I just wanted to quickly highlight was the North Lake Tahoe Express Airport Shuttle. This program is a partnership with Placer County, Town of Truckee, Washoe County, and Travel North Tahoe, Nevada. We are able to provide daily scheduled shuttle service between Reno Tahoe International Airport and North Lake Tahoe and Truckee lodging facilities. And this program continues to run. We did see a little bit of a dip in ridership, and we are addressing that hopefully for next year as well. I did want to, this is not part of your packet today, but I did want to mention the North Tahoe Workforce Van Pool Program. The TMA received a 3-year sponsorship through TOT TBID Dollars at Work to provide subsidies for up to 20 van pools. We did at one time have 17 van pools running. We currently have 16 active just because of going from our high season to lower season. This program is serving over 100 employees who are able to team up and carpool to work. It's helping reduce greenhouse gas emissions and also helping to retain and attract employees to Eastern Placer County. Quarterly, I have been surveying the participants in this program, and over the past 3 quarters, 100% of respondents have said that this program allows them to work in our region. So it is really helping with our attraction and retention of employees. And finally, TART marketing program. The TNT TMA does all of the marketing for TART and TART Connect on behalf of Placer County, Washoe County, and town of Truckee. One success we had in the past year is we had a website traffic increase of 26%, reflecting growing visibility and public engagement with regional transit. Next, I wanted to show a few plans for next fiscal year, 25-26. First off, the TNT TMA is partnering with Placer County and North Star to bring a summer park and ride pilot, which will allow people to park at the village at North Star and receive 30-minute bus or shuttle service, getting them to Kings Beach where they can enjoy the day and then hopefully head back to North Star and have dinner. So we are receiving funding and shuttle service from North Star to help boost their economic vitality in the summer, and then also hoping to reduce the challenge of finding parking for visitors in Kings Beach, as well as the need to pay for parking. So this will be a free shuttle service. And this will run from July 1st through August 29th, 9 to 5 every day except for Friday, where we will extend service till 10:30 p.m. so people can enjoy the music on the beach. Next is our winter park and ride expansion. We are looking to increase frequency on the Palisades route. We will be adding an additional 2 buses to help move more people and reduce those headways. We're also going to be adding a midday loop on the Sugar Bowl program. So now people will be able to go ski for a half day using our shuttle and then come back down to their cars. And then we are also going to add just 1 more day of supplemental service on that North Star shuttle. For our workforce van pool program, we are hoping to increase to that 20 van pools. We are really focusing our efforts on smaller businesses. Currently, we have a lot of our larger employers taking advantage of this program, but we want to see how we can get in smaller businesses to take 1 or 2 employees, team them together, and bring them up to our region. And then North Lake Tahoe Express, we just implemented a new and improved booking platform, which we're hoping will make it a lot easier and hopefully drive ridership a little bit in that program. Finally, I just want to thank you all for your continued support and your partnership. It's been instrumental in us being able to maintain our airport shuttle, the TART marketing program, expand the park and ride program significantly, and initiate the workforce van pool program. So thank you very much and look forward to continued partnership.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you, Sarah. And there's Sarah's contact information for anybody who needs it. I'll now read the requested actions of your board. There are a lot of words there, and that is smaller than I was anticipating, so I will try my best. Action number 1 is to authorize the county executive officer or designee to execute a memorandum of understanding between the County of Placer and Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association for Tahoe Area Regional Transit Marketing, Outreach, and Education Services in Eastern Placer County for fiscal year 25-26 in the amount of up to $174,720 for a contract term of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence. Action 2 is to authorize the county executive officer or designee to execute a memorandum of understanding between the County of Placer and Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association for administration and promotion of summer park and ride services in Eastern Placer County for fiscal year 25-26 in the amount of up to $37,818 for a contract term of July 1, 2025 through August 31st, 2025, subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence. And the third action is to authorize the County Executive Officer or designee to execute a funding agreement between the County of Placer, the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association, the Town of Truckee, Travel North Tahoe, Nevada, and Washoe County for the operation of the North Lake Tahoe Express in eastern Placer County for fiscal year 25-26 in the amount of up to $152,612 for a contract term of July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026, subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence.
And with that, all right, thank you very much, Nick, appreciate that. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Gustafson?
No questions, just ready to make a motion.
All right.
But we
well,
need public, I forgot.
Let's open it up to the public for any public comment on this item. And seeing none, we'll bring it back. And it really is great to see people utilizing public transit. It's been really great to see all the different programs encouraging people to do that, and very good news. So go ahead, Supervisor Gustafson.
Well, I wanted to also, Sarah, please extend to your board of directors, because their dedication as volunteers serving on this board and really listening to the community and developing these services. You're much more nimble than we can be at the county level, and that's why these funds to the TMA are so critical in delivering these services and modifying them as we go. You've continued to do that, and that success is in great part. So I'm happy to make the motion to approve.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we will move to item 8A, which is a fixed-wing aircraft purchase agreement. And Daniel?
Yep. Thank you, Chair Gore. On behalf of the Sheriff's Office, they are requesting that this item be pulled from today's agenda and not heard. Staff concurs with that request, and we asked it to be pulled from this agenda.
Thank you.
Since this isn't a publicly noticed hearing item, no board vote is needed to pull it.
All right, well, then we will pull item 8A and move on to the next item. It is not yet 10:50, so we'll take a few more department items. So our next department item is Public Works item 16A, which is the North Tahoe Shared Use Trail Segment 1 project to approve plans and specifications and authorization to advertise and delegate authority to award and execute construction contract. Enough time for you to walk up to the podium. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Gore, board members. Jared Deck, Deputy Director for Public Works. I'm hijacking a little bit of Andy's time here just to reintroduce myself. Recently took a new role as Deputy Director over the Public Works Tahoe Engineering Division. And so I know I've worked with all of you in my former role and happy to support you guys, support the community, support the new projects and opportunities come up here in Tahoe. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Andy for one of those new opportunities. So thank you.
Thank you, Jared.
All right, thank you, Jared. We're happy to have you up here. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Andy Dynkin with the Department of Public Works, here to request approval of the North Tahoe Trail Segment 1 plans and specifications for bidding and project construction. So for a little bit of background info, the North Tahoe Shared Use Trail Segment 1 project is part of the North Tahoe Trail, which will provide a paved multi-use trail from Kings Beach over to Tahoe City. This is also part of the overall Resort Triangle Trail network that will ultimately provide a paved multi-use trail connection linking what we call the Resort Triangle area, which is bounded by Truckee, Kings Beach, and Tahoe City. The portion of the North Tahoe Trail between Tahoe Vista and Tahoe City has 3 remaining segments left to be completed, with segment 1 being the first of these remaining segments. So that describes the trail concept that we're planning to implement overall, but I should also mention why we're doing this. The North Tahoe Trail helps achieve various county economic and environmental goals and policies aimed at enhancing recreational opportunities and providing a non-motorized alternative transportation corridor through North Lake Tahoe. And as I'm sure you're all aware, the existing paved trail segments are very well used and are truly a great benefit to the community. And now we're really excited to get another portion built. So we're hoping to go to construction this fall with the completion of segment 1 planned for 2026. I also want to note that we have a variety of funding sources for this project, but in particular, I wanted to highlight the California Tahoe Conservancy Climate Resiliency Funds we've received. The CTC has been a great partner on this project, and as well as the Placer County Transient Occupancy Tax, or TOT funding. So it's great for the community to see these funds being invested right back into the North Tahoe area. And with that in mind, we're asking your board to proceed with the following 3 actions. So action 1 is to approve the plans and specifications for the North Tahoe Shared Use Trail Segment 1 project with an estimated construction cost of $8,066,002 and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to advertise for construction bids. Number 2 is adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Public Works or designee to award and execute a construction contract for the North Tahoe Shared Use Trail Segment 1 project to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder upon risk management and county council concurrence in an amount not to exceed $8,469,302 and to execute change orders up to $210,000 consistent with Public Contract Code Section 20142 and county procurement policy. And then the last action item is determine the proposed actions are consistent with the mitigated negative declaration for the North Tahoe Shared Use Trail Segment 1 project adopted by the Board of Supervisors on June 14th, 2022. So I hope I've provided all the information you need, but if not, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Andy. Appreciate that. Any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, we'll open up this item to the public for any public comment. And seeing no public, we'll bring it back to the board for any further discussion or action.
I actually did think of a question. I apologize. I am not clear on how the maintenance will be done once we build this project. Is that county maintenance or?
So it will be under county maintenance, although we are likely to pursue a maintenance contract with North Tahoe PUD on that. We haven't entered those discussions yet, but that is one option we could pursue in the future.
And for the rest of the board members, there's varying ways that we support these bike trails. In some situations, the districts are covering the maintenance, and others we're sharing maintenance or we're funding it. And I do think Stephanie Holloway is working on a study to try to bring all this together on how we fund bike trails in this region so there's more consistency as we move forward. But I'm happy to make the motion to support this project moving forward. Great next step.
Second. All right, thank you Supervisor Gustafson, and second by Supervisor DeMattei. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Next, we'll move to item 16B, which is fiscal year 2025-26 Senate Bill 1 project list approval, fuel tax revenue. And we've got Matt Randall online.
Yep, I'm here. Thanks again. Good morning, Chair Gore and board members. Matt Randall, Deputy Director with Public Works. I'll go ahead and start by reading the actions into the record, which is to adopt a resolution adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 2025-26 funded by Senate Bill 1 in accordance with Section 2034A1 of the California Streets and Highways Code to be eligible to receive anticipated funding in the amount of $12,246,855 from the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account, and also determine that the proposed action is not a project pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15378. So, as you know, SB1 was passed in 2017. That's the Road Repair and Accountability Act, which is a gas tax that we use for Placer County, but other state and local agencies for road maintenance activities. And every year we bring an item to the board with our list of SB1 projects for the following year. And then we actually work with the California Transportation Commission staff on the list and resolution, and approval of the resolution is a requirement to receive the fundings. So next year we're projecting that we'll receive approximately $12 million in SB1 funds for roads. And in your attachment, there's the resolution, but also a list of new and carryover projects that will utilize next year's funding. And included on the list is our annual pavement surface treatment and overlay projects, including overlays in Tahoe that we're doing this summer, and then operational projects that include various miscellaneous roadway repair and pothole patching, some roadside vegetation management, purchasing of road construction materials. And then we also use SB1 for match on various projects. So there's a couple of projects listed in there, including the Forest Hill Bridge T1 project, which we're using our SB1s for match. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Lots of work to do this summer on our roads. All right, I see no questions from my colleagues. We'll open this up to the public for any public comment. And see no public comment, bring it back to the board for action.
I'd like to move approval, and thank you, Matt, great job.
I'll second.
Thank you.
All right, so a motion by Supervisor Jones, second by Supervisor Landon. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
You bet. All right, we are going to take our next department item, which is 17A, and this is the East Placer Lease to Locals Program Annual Update. Good morning, Nikki. Nice to see you.
Good morning, Chair Board, members, Chair Gore, members of the board, Nikki Strigan with your Economic Development and Housing Division. I am standing in for our Tahoe Housing Specialist, Tim Cusson, and I'm joined by Isaac Landman from Placemates. And we are here to provide an annual update on the Lease to Locals program. I'm going to go ahead and read the actions for today into the record. Action number 1, receive a presentation on the East Placer Lease to Locals program annual update. Number 2, approve the amended East Placer Lease to Locals program guidelines, which includes minor amendments to clarify program goals and adds additional program restrictions to properties subject to existing deed restrictions under the Launchpad program, Workforce Housing Preservation Program, and the Hopkins Village project, and authorize the county executive officer or its designee to make future non-material amendments to the East Placer Lease to Locals program guidelines. Number 3, to approve $500,000 in transient occupancy tax funding for the East Placer Lease to Locals program, and 1 interdepartmental memo for Placer County-led projects, H5 Lease to Locals, subject to county council and risk management concurrence. And number 4, approve an agreement with Placemate Inc. for the marketing and implementation of the East Placer Lease to Locals program in an amount not to exceed $95,000 through June 30th, 2026, subject to county council and risk management concurrence. And number 5, determine the proposed actions are each not projects pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15378 and alternatively are exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15061B3. So by way of background here, of course, your board adopted the Lease to Locals program in July of 2022. Its funding history is comprised of transient occupancy tax dollars. So for years 1 and 2 of implementation, a total of $1 million was allocated to this program. Subsequently, for years 3 and 4, TBID dollars were awarded through NTCA's TOT TBID Dollars at Work sponsorship grant cycle. Recently, on June 4th of this past year, NTCA Board of Directors recommended another $500,000 in addition to what's up on your screen, that is awarded through the TOT Emergent Grant cycle. I'll make a note here that NTCA's board recommendation also included a request for the board to consider allowing an individual to participate in the program more than one time. We currently do not allow that in accordance with our guidelines because when the program was initially adopted, it was meant to kind of hedge a little bit with bringing new stock online through new construction and affordable units and workforce units, and subsequently kind of phase out. But the program, as you'll hear from Isaac, really hasn't done that. We've had quite a bit of success. It was also intended to create a behavior change. So among those who are short-term renting their properties, to give them a sense for renting to a local worker with a long-term lease. So with that, I'll introduce Isaac Landman from Placemates to talk about the results of the program, both to date and over the past year. Placemate, of course, administers lease to locals for our county, along with the town of Truckee, Mammoth Lake, South Lake Tahoe, and even markets on the East Coast like Nantucket. So I'll have you take over here.
Thank you, Nikki. Hi, Board of Supervisors. My name is Isaac Landman. You can go to the next slide, please. And I'm the Associate Market Director for, I push it. Great, thank you. I'm the Associate Market Director for Placemate. I'm here today to give you an update on the near completion of year 3 of Lease to Locals, which has been running since 2022 in Eastern Placer County. So today I'll touch on the program background to give you some context and go over the policies of the program. We'll also go over a funding overview, as well as touch on the program results both in this past year and the all-time results that we've seen since the beginning of the program. On top of that, we'll touch on long-term rental preservation, so what properties are doing after, retention after they graduate from Lease to Locals. And then we'll go into current budget and volume that we're seeing in the program and the reasoning for a requested of additional funding. So Lease to Locals is a program that provides incentives to property owners to convert the existing housing stock to be new long-term rentals for the North Lake Tahoe and Truckee area local workforce. The program incentivizes behavior change by providing property owners with a cash incentive to convert their units into a seasonal and long-term rental. And it provides a quick and efficient solution that is addressed directly for the missing middle, right? Property tenants can earn up to 150% of the area median income. And so it operates in a fairly unique position in as far as housing programs. The way the program works is properties that can participate must be located within Eastern Placer County limits, and they cannot have been a full-time rental at any point within the last 12 months. In order to participate, a property owner needs to sign a lease with a long-term lease, so a 12-month lease or a seasonal lease, a 5 to 11-month lease, up to or at a $3,500 a month rental rate. And they need to sign that lease with a qualified tenant household. So a qualified tenant household is qualified if at least one tenant works locally. So they work within the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District geographic boundaries at least 20 hours per week. Children are counted cumulatively as one additional qualifying tenant. And that gets into the incentive amounts, which we touch on there. And actually we have as their own slide. Incentives vary based on the length of the lease that are signed. So $2,000 per qualified tenant for a seasonal lease and $4,500 per qualified tenant for a long-term lease. Those incentives max out at 4 qualified tenants. So the maximum incentive for a seasonal lease would be $8,000 or 4 payments of $2,000. And for a long-term lease would be $18,000, 4 payments of $4,500. So this past year, we've had really strong results with Lease to Locals. 35 properties have participated. That is 78 bedrooms in total. That's housed 87 people, 65 of whom are local workers, 14 of whom are children. $284,000 of incentives have been committed, an average incentive per property of just over $8,000. And average rent per property is just over $2,500, with about $1,100 of an average rent per bedroom, And the average incentive per person housed, the average dollar that the county is committing to house each individual in these properties, is around $3,200, $3,300. For the full program results, the results that we're seeing in year 3 are remaining fairly consistent year over year. Our total properties that have participated are 114. That's 257 bedrooms. That translates to 270 total people housed over the past 3 years, 213 of whom are local workers, 38 of whom are children. We're just under $1.1 million in incentives committed and $9,600 incentives per average incentive per property. Average rent remains very consistent, just again above $2,500 per property. And the average rent per bedroom, fairly consistent as well at $1,100 per bedroom. The average incentive per person housed goes up a little bit over the full program results and is at that $4,000 mark. So I want to touch on long-term rental retention. And this means the choice of property owners, what are they doing after they graduate from lease to locals, because it's a one-time incentive, right? It only lasts for that one lease term. We survey property owners and tenants at the end of the lease term to say, what are you planning on doing now that you've graduated from the program? And 70% of the program participants indicate that they're continuing to long-term rent, which is really promising. In February of this year, we did a targeted survey to property owners whose participation in lease to locals was 6 months or further out. We got an 80% completion rate of that survey, and 66% of those respondents indicated that they have continued to long-term rent. So what we think is really exciting about this data is it shows that the program actually gets cheaper over time, right? The longer that a property chooses to continue long-term renting, the deeper the further that investment per person, per property that the county is making goes. And one other thing I'll touch on, we are currently working on systematizing that long-term retention data and figuring out how to collect that on a year-over-year basis. So as we continue to come back to the Board of Supervisors, we'll be able to report out property owners that are 2 years out, 3 years out, what are they doing, and we'll be able to continue tracking that long-term impact of the program. So finally, touching on the budget and current volume that we're seeing in the program, you see here the breakdown of the funds that have been allocated each year to lease to locals. This past year, there were $300,000 from TBID, and the next year, and next year, 25-26, $200,000 have been allocated from TBID funds. Currently, $18,600 remains in budget to allocate to new property participants. Now, this includes year 4 funds, so fiscal year 25-26. And the reason for that is we've been drawing from those funds with approval from staff to meet the demand that we've been seeing in year 3. So the reason that that the budget has gone down, was allocated to go down in year 3 and year 4, is because it was projected that we would reach some kind of market saturation and we would reach all of the properties that would want to participate. And we're finding that that's not the case. Volume is staying very consistent. And that's illustrated in what our current pipeline looks like. 7 property owners we are currently working with are working on applications, and they may require, if all of them get over the finish line and enter the program, $64,500 in grant funds. In addition to those property owners that are actively working on applications, 15 additional property owners in our pipeline have indicated that they'd like to participate in the future, and we'll start looking for tenants at some point in the coming months. That would be, if all of them come over the finish line and enter the program, that's $137,000 in additional potential grant cost. And so what we think this does is as you know, our request for funding came through the Emergent Grant Cycle Fund. And the reason for that is because we really want to make sure that there is a continuity of operation with the program so that we don't lose the properties that are in our pipeline. So the additional $500,000 that we are requesting here will ensure that property owners who are working with Placemate to convert their units to new long-term rentals for local workers are able to do so without operational interruption. And on top of the properties that you see in the pipeline here, it'll provide incentive funding for an estimated total 40 properties to participate in lease to locals in fiscal year 25-26. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
And I'll just wrap up here and touch on the guideline updates that we're making. Of course, as we bring these annual updates to you, we're iterating a little bit. So a couple of guideline updates shown here. One is to the dependent child definition and the documentation that is required. to take credit for a dependent child. We're simplifying that just to create greater flexibility, to acknowledge that there's kind of changing family structures. And then the other is to acknowledge that some of the existing deed restrictions already require rental to a local worker, so we are memorializing that in the lease to locals guidelines. So those other restrictions, of course, are a part of the WIP program, which you'll hear an update on later, the Launchpad program, and Hopkins Village. So that concludes our presentation. We're happy to entertain questions from your board.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate that report and update. Looks like the program is doing what we had anticipated it to do. Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you. Thanks, Nikki, and thanks, Eric, for being here. When this was brought to NTCA board, I understood that there was some advocacy for having more, an owner being able to qualify who might have multiple properties and getting changed behavior for multiple properties. Why is that not reflected here? Are we feeling like that's a step too far, or what's the rationale there?
Because the program was intended to be a behavior change program, the thought is when someone participated as opposed to kind of subsidizing ongoing, which is more akin to the Rooted Renters program. So that's a multi-year program that the town of Truckee has taken on, but Placemates also implements in other markets. One, because the program is doing very well bringing new properties online, introducing property owners to renting long-term. Again, a behavior change program was something that was built into the purpose of the program. So if someone had participated once already and they're interested in long-term renting, they can try that. They can continue to do that, right? So behavior change is what we're kind of hanging our hat on there.
But there's definitely an economic, the whole reason we're investing money is they can make more money short-term renting for most of these properties. And so I think the behavior change is also tied to an economic program that the businesses are funding. And so I'm trying to weigh that balance of the people that are funding this program through TBID dollars are assessing their visitors to try to get housing for their staff. So I remain open to trying to see what else we can do. Obviously, long-term, I would love to see more dedicated housing and not having to invest on a monthly, annual basis for monthly reimbursements. But in the short term, if somebody owns 2 or 3 investment properties rather than a continued short-term rental model, I'd love to see them incentivized. Because I'd love to think, Nikki, it's just out of change behavior, but bottom line is there's incredible economic link to this, and that's what we're really trying to equalize for these people with the use of dollars raised from the businesses. So at least as one supervisor, I'd love us to consider that in the future and weigh that. Because I don't know how many of those individuals are out there, but it's certainly what we've been trying to do, and it has been incredible results. So
yeah, I know Isaac was mentioning retention. As soon as we see those numbers start to decline, I think that that's our indicator. So 66% in the last year. Was it 70% overall?
70% at the end of the lease, and 66% that are continuing after 6 months and longer.
Right, but we still have a lot more housing to gain. And this is more affordable than purchasing or buying new or purchasing. So that's the dilemma we're in, right? We have a closed market here with very little new development, and how do we keep up with skyrocketing second home values?
To your point, I agree. We want to change behavior, and we're seeing behavior change. And it is an economic incentive, right? I mean, heck, if I'm going to get $6,000, $8,000 to augment the rent, I can understand why property owners are doing it, which is terrific. And so I would agree that it's an economic incentive, and perhaps if we see the numbers start going down, then we look at reopening it up, because what we really want to do is make sure we've got housing. And so maybe we do it that way, of like maybe holding off on that recommendation from the whomever it was. Community Alliance. Yes, the Community Alliance, and consider that in the future, if that sounds agreeable. Great. All right, any other comments from my colleagues? Let's open it up to the public for any public comment.
Hello. Nice to see you guys. Welcome. Adam Wilson with the North Tahoe Community Alliance. Just want to be clear, the comments from our board were not to extend the program longer. All of the requirements currently, it was the opportunity to unlock other housing that was not in the program. So if I'm an owner of multiple pieces of property and I have a piece of property that is not in the program and I was using it for whatever purpose before and it meets all the qualifications of the existing program, I should be allowed to unlock that property into the lease to local program. It was not an extension of the existing program, and it was also not taking an existing property that was already in the program. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Adam. Any other public comment on this item?
We have one online, Chair.
All right.
Diane, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Greetings again, Supervisors. Diana Louisa Lacey from Christian Valley Park, District 5. Well, you all know this is a hot button for me because as an estate and trust planner, this deed restriction program is very disingenuous, and I'm sure that the people or seniors and or not that up on, paying attention to their contracts, the agreements, and all of the caveats that go with it. I just don't see where this is beneficial to a single home buyer. My question in all of this right now is, of the properties that you've been listed in this program, how many of them are in a corporate and or trust structure name currently, or versus individual or joint tenancy? And what's the average, let's say, holding of those entities of these properties? Because it makes a huge difference. If that property, let me just back up. Developers are buying up whatever they can when a person dies, whatever, and they're putting that title into an LLC so it doesn't trigger. They just sell the LLC, and that deed of restrictions clock stays intact. But if you're just a regular Joe with a regular piece of property, it'll reset if the title changes or if it goes into the trust, a different trust downstream. So it is economically not a good plan. It's not. And I think you're putting so many restrictions on even just Joe Blow people that have paid off properties that you're just not, if they've got a brain between their ears, they're not going to do this. So you're going to have to come up with a lot more flexibility and protection for the property owner. And a big part of that is having a lease structure. If you're going to force them into a year or more lease, that if they're starting to destroy the property or they need to be evicted, you all are holding the cards in terms of who can be put back in there too, which puts another huge burden. There's very little landlord protection in terms of evicting or getting rid of squatting. So you've got a long ways to go in these programs to make it equitable and not profitable for developers who can just flip these properties or just move them between entities. So dig in, because you need to understand how this process is being usurped by the corporations, the big realtors that go back to Blackstone and BlackRock. And with that, I yield.
Thank you. Nikki, any other public I see somebody who wants to come up and make a comment. Yes, go ahead. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Tara Hetz with the North Tahoe Community Alliance, and I'm actually the grant framework manager who looks at the TOT TBID dollars at work. And I'm here to speak with two different hats, one as the NTCA hat and one as somebody who lives in this area and who's looked for housing and specifically looked at lease to locals. So I think it's important for us to look at housing as an ecosystem, and we look at housing in multiple different layers. And lease to locals is a solution to one of the layers that we're dealing with here, especially in North Lake Tahoe. We funded this through TBID dollars and in the past TOT dollars, and you heard about that. And I think what's important is that they've run out of money and that they're coming back for additional funds to keep this program going. And just like any program that exists, if there is a lag or there is a misstep, people will then back away from that program and they won't continue to use it. So for that, we need to have the continuation and look at this as one of the pieces to addressing the housing problem in this area. The one thing that we've worked closely with Placemate and with Placer County from the NTCA is requesting additional data. This woman who just spoke before me is asking us to dig in a little deeper into this. And we agree, just to say, hey, how is this program lasting long term? Let's say you rent out your second home. Are you gonna, after that year that you get that incentive, most people are saying they'll continue renting to that long-term tenant. What happens 6 months, 12 months, 2 years down the road? Is this make sense as public fund investment? We think so far, and we do think this is a critical piece to the housing ecosystem. Now, putting my hat on as somebody who's looked for housing in this area, who moved here specifically for this job and struggled with finding housing, this is a great option for people. I think I've known many friends who've gone through lease to locals. I went through lease to locals as well. I didn't end up finding a place through that. And the only thing that we've discussed with Placemate is to say, hey, is that rental cap make the most sense for our community, and whether or not there needs to be investigation on that rental cap on properties. In the end, my statement here is just that we need to look at this as an ecosystem, and the diversity that you can apply to housing is critical. So I encourage us to fund this and move it through our grant process and the TOT TBID dollars at work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. All right. Seeing other public comment, we will close public comment, bring it back. Nikki, did you want to just address the public comment?
I'll just address the comment from online. This isn't a deed restriction program. A commenter might be thinking about the Workforce Housing Preservation Program, which you'll hear about later. So there's no deed restriction on these particular properties.
Yeah. Thank you, Nikki. All right, any further discussion?
I have none. I just would make the motion to support the recommendations.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Jones. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We will now move to our I think we have a 10:50 timed item. Yes, and that is item 9A, which is the North Lake Tahoe Tourism Business Improvement District Renewal Update and TOT TBID dollars at work emergent grant cycle. Hi, Stephanie.
Yeah, good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board. Stephanie Holloway, your Tahoe Deputy CEO. I'm here to really kind of introduce this item. It's a presentation that we've been working with the North Tahoe Community Alliance on related to the Tourism Business Improvement District. So I'm going to give you just a couple lines of history, and then I'm going to hand it over to Adam Wilson, who introduced himself earlier, but their Chief Operations Officer over at NTCA. So it is time for us. 5 years are about to pass on our TBID, which was the original term of the TBID, and so we're working with NTCA on kicking off a renewal effort. So just a little bit of history. The TBID did start July 1st of 2021. It is set to expire next June 30th of 2026. And so there's a lot of effort that goes into signatures and petition and actions of your board. So today, Adam's going to give you a bit of a kickoff to give you some of the successes of the TBID over the last 4 years, as well as a timeline of their work and then the requests that come before your board this fall. So with that, and I will kind of introduce the emergent grant cycle a little bit. You've heard it a couple times already this morning. We got an item ahead of the preview of that program with Elise to Local's request, but there has been an evolution of the TOT TBID dollars program in advancing what they're calling an emergent grant cycle, which really addresses some needs within the community for funding that can't necessarily wait for the annual cycle. So I'm not going to steal all of Adam's thunder, but I'm going to hand it over to him, and you get to run this.
Awesome, thank you. Again, good morning, Chair Gore and honorable supervisors. Thank you for giving us some time today to just give you an update on where we are on the TBID renewal. As Stephanie noted, we have been in that process, and we thought this would be a good time to kind of update you where we are, because we are going to be coming back to this board as part of the process, as part of the law in September through November. So we thought it'd be a great time to just get you up to speed currently. We also want to share a couple of the results, although some have already been shared earlier today, so we won't spend too much time on that. And then we're going to just give you the framework around the emergent grant process and how that fits in our total TOT TBID Dollars at Work grant programming. So first, before I start, I do want to just acknowledge that 5 years ago, or over 5 years ago, if it wasn't for our business community and their willingness to basically self-assess themselves, we wouldn't be here today. We wouldn't have expanded our funding from what was about $4 to $5 million of the 2% TOT that's collected here in Eastern Placer County to almost between $11 and $12 million annually. So I want to acknowledge that the business community understands the challenges that we face. I want to acknowledge that they were willing to assess themselves, and that's why we're here today, and that's why we're looking forward to the renewal of our program. All right, a couple things that were already pointed out. First of all, we have a pretty unique TBID in the fact that it's one of 5 in the state of California that is not just lodging, but is also retail, restaurants, and activities. And why this is important for our destination is we have a fair number of day visitors that visit our destination. And this is a way to capture their spend and so forth and their impact on infrastructure and different things, and so that we can then reinvest those dollars back into the community. So again, that's relatively unique in the state of California, and it really is important here as we go through that process because of the impact that day visitors have on our overall communities. As noted before, this was initially started in July. It was approved in March. That's an important piece because it was a 5-year term, which expires in June of 2026. The other thing that we're excited about and really proud of is the fact that we have 54 community members from diverse backgrounds, different businesses, different experiences that bring their expertise and their vision to all of the committees that serve to actually vet all of these programs and projects and services as they come through from the community, from our applicants. And we're really thankful for the fact of this kind of collaboration and engagement in the community and the diversity that we have on those committees and boards. It's also super important to point out that the stakeholders and partnerships with Placer County and the Tahoe CEO office and this board is critical to the success and investments that we make in this community. So thank you all for that and your continued support of this. I think what's the other thing that's important about that partnership is the fact that we have an agreement between the NTCA and the county with regard to what we call freed up TOT. When I talked about that additional funding that we talked about earlier, that was a critical piece in getting this across the finish line and for our businesses was how the county came to the table with that freed up TOT agreement. So we're in the process of working through that. That will come back to this board again, and it runs concurrent with the length of the TBID and has thus far. So thank you for that. All right, we'll move forward here. Just an overview of the timeline. This started back in October. We enlisted and engaged the consultant Civitas, which is the same consultant that helped us on the initial TBID. They manage approximately 90+% of the TBIDs in the state of California. We developed a steering committee of assessed businesses from each of the categories, so lodging, retail, restaurants, and activities. They came to the table to be part of the steering committee to look at the the development management plan, because that's important, because that's that's the guidelines around how we operate the TBID and the TOT Dollars at Work program. We've been meeting on that management district program on a regular cadence to talk about different things that I'm going to share with you as far as where we are at this point that are components of the management district plan. The next thing that'll happen is we'll go before our board in August, and at that point, the board will hopefully address and approve the management district plan draft, final draft. From there, we'll start the petition drive, which is where we go out back to those businesses that approved the initial TBID, and we go through a signature process to grant the petitions to renew the TBID. Ultimately back in front of this board in September with the intent for resolution to renew the TBID, 2 public hearings, hopefully finalizing in November with the approval from this board to renew the TBID going forward. A couple of the things that we have already decided through the steering committee that I thought I'd bring to your attention are that are important parameters of the TBID are, 1, the boundary. At this point, there's no change to the existing boundary, so that boundary will remain. And if you recall, there are 2 zones. We have Zone 1, which is kind of our lakefront boundary, and then we have Zone 2, which is the back boundary. The term, as Stephanie mentioned earlier, the first year of any term of a TBID is 5 years. Subsequent terms can be up to 10 years, and through the steering committee, we've adopted the idea of moving forward with a 10-year renewal. As it relates to the assessed businesses, we have a couple of changes there. Obviously, lodging remains unchanged, but with our retail, restaurants, and activities, we had 3 tiers for those. And tiers 2 and 3, it turns out, after we've gone through this process, really aren't serving our tourism economy. And so in many cases, those were folks that were working from home that might be producing goods and services that they're selling online outside of the geographical boundary. And so ultimately, the time, energy to identify those businesses, in most cases, they are exempt, so they'll file for that opportunity and so forth. So it's just the timing and the impact, it just didn't make sense to continue with those 2 tiers. So we are removing tier 2 and tier 3, so it'll just be our lodging businesses and our tier 1 restaurants, resorts, and activity, or retail and activities, which is $150,000 more in gross annual revenue. The assessment rate, which is currently 2% for lodging in the Zone 1 district, 1% for lodging in Zone 2, and 1% for our restaurants, retail, and activities will remain the same. No change there. And then last but not least, we are going to align our budget categories that are outlined in the MDP to our strategic plan pillars. This will make it a lot easier when we're talking to the general public, sharing things with this board and our board, how those investments that we're making are aligned to the strategic pillars of the organization process. So currently those were designed to align more with the work that the previous organization, the North Tahoe Community Alliance, or North Lake Tahoe Resort Association was. But as we've evolved and the work has evolved, we're going to adjust those categories. And there are other things that will come in addition to these parameters in front of you in September, but that's where we are today. Now I want to just highlight a few of the things that we've accomplished. I've already talked about the additional dollars that were available because of the TBID. Again, that freed up some dollars in the agreement with the county in addition to the dollars that we raised through TBID and the 2%. So we went from about 4 or 5 million to about 11 or 12 million. Those investments are across these categories, and we've thus far invested over $33 million back. And those are direct investments. That does not include match or any other parts of those. You can see on the screen here, workforce housing just under 9, trails just over 13, transportation over 7, community enhancements 2.5, and environmental stewardship and mitigation a little over $1 million. So you've seen some of those kinds of impacts, and that's how these dollars are actually being invested and approved through this organization here, this board here. We've talked about a couple of these already. I'll point out the ones we haven't talked about. Obviously, we've talked about lease to locals. over 100+ families through Sierra Community House that have had an urgent need for additional covering of rent to stay in their existing homes have been covered by some of these dollars. 13 families have received down payment assistance, so now we have 13 families who are working in our community, they're living in our community, an incredible opportunity there. And we have 39 homeowners that are looking to build ADU housing for workforce. Some of the transportation achievements, most of these have already been shared with you, but I'll just add the paid parking programs in Kings Beach and the infrastructure programs along Highway 89 in Tahoe City and Kings Beach. But we're very proud of all of these and the partnerships that we have with those folks that shared those informations this morning. Next, we're going to in addition to that, TBID also funds the chamber, our business associations. We have over $2 million over this period of time that we've invested in events that drive economic health and resiliency to our communities. The participation in the Lake Tahoe Destination Stewardship Council, and of course the team at NTCA that brings and delivers all of this to the community. So we're proud of all of that as well. We'll transition a little bit into the emergent grant. You have already seen a preview of some of the projects that are coming forward to you, but this is really the final piece in our grant process. So just as a reminder, we started with the multi-year grant process. We then introduced the annual grant process, and this was the final piece, which is called the emergent grant cycle. And that particular piece is really, as noted before, to kind of take advantage of any opportunities that come before us outside of the annual grant process in our current TBID. Move forward here. The guidelines around that, one, for new projects, it's funding up to $150,000. The exemption of that is a new housing project that might come forward. And secondly, projects that were previously supported and are currently under contract and are funded, which are the two projects that you've heard one already and another one will be brought forward later today, to extend those so we don't disrupt any services and we can continue to build on the successes that we've had in those areas. All of these projects, all of these grant frameworks align. They're all vetted through the committee process, the community, with our stakeholders, with the county in that process. And so they continue to support everything that we're doing. They're not unique and one-off in that sense. They do go through the same processes. It just gives us more flexibility outside of a normal annual grant cycle to make sure that we don't miss any opportunities. With that being said, I'd answer any questions or comments. And again, thank you all for your support and participation, and special thanks to the CEO's office for all of their help as well. And our
Thank you,
businesses.
Adam, very much. Appreciate that update. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Supervisor Gustafson?
I'd love to make a comment. I am so happy to see the reporting that you give us and the efforts moving forward. So many of the programs that are being funded through this, we can't provide anywhere else in the county. We don't have a funding stream. And because the business community has stepped up and assessed themselves, we're able to develop these programs and move it forward. And hats off to all of your board members, committee members. Oh my gosh, you have more people involved than I get to any meetings I hold up here. So or even how many we have in the room today. So thank you for the hard work, and look forward to seeing this successfully move forward. I do have one question.
Sure.
We are trying to continue to support efforts on Donner Summit, and yet they're not, the boundary isn't amending so that Sugar Bowl and some of the resorts up there and activities up there can be included. Were they approached at all with looking at the boundary?
Absolutely. We started approaching them at the fall of last year, even before we started kicking this off, because we did in fact want to make sure to offer them the opportunity to be part of this. And ultimately, I think that group ultimately decided that it wasn't worthwhile to be engaged at that level. The TOT dollars, obviously that boundary is bigger than our TBID boundary, so
Right.
they still have access to TOT dollars, and some of the programs you heard earlier from Sarah, that the Sugar Bowl connection and so forth, those are the kinds of things that they felt were important. So ultimately it was decided that they would not be part of the expanded boundary.
Great. And there's always an option for them to try to do a much smaller T-bid for just those businesses on the summit if they ever chose to. I think that was their concern of contributing to an organization that they feel they do their own separate efforts, and I want to recognize that. But there are a lot of short-term rentals in Serene Lakes in Placer County, up on the summit, that are participating through TOT dollars, as well as the Sugar Bowl Resort properties. But we've been
Absolutely.
working with them on all of their development opportunities, and I just wanted to make sure that they had been conversed with during this process. So thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you for the kind comments, and we do appreciate all of the volunteers of our committees for sure.
Thank you. And I did notice, Adam, as you look at moving forward, moving it to a 10-year cycle versus 5, which I think is a really good idea. Is that typical best practices, like you do it for 5 years and then the next go around it's 10 years?
Yeah, absolutely. Most T-bids go for the 10 years just because of the time, the cost, the fact that the consistency of funding, our ability under 10 years to do multiple 3-year funding cycles that you've heard a few of today. So yeah, most of them do that. It depends on the specific district and so forth, but that is the best practice.
Okay. Let's see.
I'll just add to that. So we do have a second T-bid in the region in Olympic Valley, so Mountaineer Transit Company. I sit on their board as well, and actually we were just having a conversation about their renewal, which was renewed by your board already, was a 5-year renewal, and conversation about initiating that effort as well. And there was some commentary about the benefit of a longer renewal. But, things change, and I think they were interested in just that shorter term. But that will be another iteration that you'll see with their T-bid coming up as well.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's open this item up to the public. Are there any comments from members of the public? All right, seeing none in the audience and no one else. All right, with that, we will bring it back to the board and take action.
This is just a
this is
presentation, so no actions needed.
All right, no action. There we go. So now we will move to our 11:05 timed item, which is 10A. It's the adoption of fiscal year 2025-26 budget. Good morning.
Good morning,
Nick.
Board of Supervisors.
Daniel Vick.
Yep. Daniel Vick, your County Budget and Fiscal Officer, here today for the formal adoption of the fiscal year 25-26 budget with related actions. I want to take a quick moment to thank our CEO budget team, our Public Information Office, and our Document Solutions team for helping prepare the full budget book and budget and brief documents that we have available for your review today. I believe we have enough to pass out the budget and brief documents today, and for Supervisor Gustafson, we hand-delivered her budget book up here to Tahoe for some light nighttime reading over the summer. What's that?
And the other budget books for the other supervisors will be delivered to your offices today.
Yep, immediately following.
Right, so we can sleep well this week as well.
There you go. Okay, so before we get started for the day, I'm going to take a quick look at our objectives. Here are the objectives for the day. We'll quickly review the budget information for the fiscal year 25-26 budget as introduced at the public hearing held on June 10th for the recommended budget. At that meeting, we went over the budget in details, so this will serve as a high-level recap of the information shared at that time. And after a review of that information, we plan to formally adopt the fiscal year 25-26 budget. Taking a quick look once again at the budget development process timeline, we are now officially at the end of our budget development process with the adoption of the budget today, June 24th. As discussed at the public hearing of the budget held on June 10th, our team has been in front of your board several times over the fiscal year with the overall goal to add transparency to the budget process and to receive input from internal and external stakeholders during that multi-month process. Once again, the balanced budget being presented to your board today considers the need to balance ongoing operational expenses of the county while planning for and reserving funding for long-term obligations such as pension and OPEB benefits and capital facility projects. The fiscal year 25-26 budget recommended for adoption today is unchanged from the recommended budget heard by the board at the public hearing on June 10th. This slide shows the fiscal year 25-26 budget compared to the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget by fund. For fiscal year 25-26, the governmental funds budget is recommended at $1,366,760,465. This is an increase of about $143 million from the prior year adopted budget. The increase is attributable to roughly a $103 million increase in county operating funds and a $40 million net increase in planned capital fund expenditures, mostly in the road fund. And looking at the table at the bottom of the slide, proprietary fund budgets are recommended at $227.4 million, an increase of $29.2 million over the prior year. Proprietary funds, again, include internal service funds like building maintenance, fleet, and IT, and it also includes enterprise funds like Placer County Transit and TART. Special districts and CSA budgets are $55.4 million, an increase of about $1.1 million year over year. And now reviewing the total revenues and sources budget for the fiscal year 25-26 governmental funds budget, totaling nearly $1.4 billion. Taxes and intergovernmental revenues are still the two largest revenue sources of the county. Together, they make up about 60% of all budgeted sources. For fiscal year 25-26, intergovernmental revenues are estimated at $463 million, and local taxes are estimated at $356.2 million. Other financing sources are budgeted at $321.6 million and are primarily made up of transfers from one fund to another. So for example, when the general fund transfers funds out in support of other funds like the Public Safety Fund and HHS, those funds recognize that transfer again as a source. With the remaining sources included in the budget made up of things like charges for services, business license, permits, fees, and existing fund balance that is primarily carried forward from capital projects that span multiple fiscal years. Quickly reviewing again the total expenditures and uses budget for governmental funds, totaling nearly $1.4 billion also for a balanced budget. Salaries and benefits and services and supplies are the two largest cost categories of the county. Combined, they make up about 68% of operating budgeted uses. For fiscal year 25-26, recommended expenditures for salaries and benefits and services and supplies are $473.3 million and $449.4 million respectively. Services and supplies includes professional service contracts and also includes expenditures in the capital and road fund for those projects. Transfers and other financing uses are budgeted at $277.3 million and primarily include contributions to other funds, mostly those general fund transfers out. With the remaining uses made up of things like cost allocation charges from central service departments, estimated judgments and damages expenses, interest expenses, and contributions to reserve balances. As stated at the public hearing, the fiscal year 25-26 budget is recommended at about $1.4 billion for governmental funds. However, of the $1.4 billion, only about $857 million, or 65% of the budget, is for actual operating expenditures. $186.3 million, or 14%, is for capital expenses like facility projects, road overlay and bridge projects, and equipment purchases, with the remaining 21% at $323.4 million of the budget being mostly for transfers and other uses, which is again mostly the transfers between funds. That category, as shown on the slide, also includes reserve contributions in this budget. It's just as a quick note, these transfers are recognized as an expenditure by the fund transferring the money out, and subsequently as an operating expenditure in the fund that uses the money in their operations. So that's why we carve it out here, to show that it creates that doubling effect. Of the $186.3 million in expenditures for capital, $131.6 million, or about 71%, is for road, bridge, and overlay projects. About $50 million, or 27%, is for capital facilities and maintenance projects, with the remaining $4.7 million again going towards equipment purchases and equipment replacements. For the fiscal year 25-26, funded allocations are recommended at 2,938 positions countywide. This is a net increase of 33 positions year over year. Those position additions have been discussed with your board in detail with the quarterly approval of the allocation ordinance updates and at the public hearing held on June 10th. In looking at the general fund ending fund balance, or estimated ending fund balance for fiscal year 25-26, will be the beginning balance for fiscal year 25-26. Of the $221 million in estimated general fund balance, $218.8 million are designated to reserves in this budget, with the remaining $2 million used in the budget for the anticipated facility moves within the county. You've previously known that project as the waterfall of moves within the county. For the adopted budget, again, the ending reserve balances are estimated based on projections. As the year closes, reserve balances will be adjusted based on ending fund balance. Excess funds, if available, will be discussed with your board at the budget workshop, and at that time can be designated to one-time items consistent with the board's budget policies. Looking at the chart, on the blue section of the chart, the $87.9 million in the general reserve is the contingency reserve for the general fund and public safety fund expenditures combined. That policy was updated on May 27th, increasing that target for that reserve from 10% to 16.6% of budgeted expenditures. In the orange slice of this pie chart again, $53.4 million is reserved for future capital and infrastructure projects. Looking at the top, $2.1 million is reserved for equipment purchases, primarily for elections equipment replacements planned in future periods. And then the $6.6 million in other reserves, again, is primarily reserved for subsequent budget amendments, carried forward encumbrances, and rebudgeted items following the year-end close. With the last remaining section being the $68.6 million held in the reserve for the PARS Pension Trust Fund. The PARS trust balance will be adjusted at year-end for the closing balance as of June 30th, 2025. The fiscal year 25-26 budget includes budgets for 176 special districts and county service area zones. Special districts and CSA budgets are recommended at $55.4 million. This is an increase of $1.1 million year over year. And with that, here are the requested actions for the day. Action 1 is to adopt a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 2025-26 budget, including budgets for county operating funds for a total of $1,336,760,465, as included in attachment A of the staff report. Budgets for county proprietary funds for a total of $227,441,257, as also included in attachment A. And to adopt a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 25-26 budgets for lighting districts, lighting and landscape districts, benefit assessment districts, county service area zones, permanent road divisions, and sewer maintenance districts governed by the Board of Supervisors in the amount of $55,404,473. Sorry, I almost did the decimal point in that action, as included in attachment B. And finally, to adopt an ordinance introduced on June 10th, 2025, adopting the fiscal year 2025-26 uncodified allocation of positions to departments, as included in attachment C of the staff report, and waive oral reading. And with that, me and Barbara are available for any comments or questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Really appreciate that and all the hard work. Questions from my colleagues? Supervisor Gustafson?
Certainly. Less a question, but more a compliment to all of our staff and all of our budgets. I mean, we constantly sit here in every meeting and hear greater and greater demands from the public for services. None of us anticipated the work we needed to do in our forests to protect our communities, chipping crews, more roadway improvements, more transit, more public safety. And we see, along with all the state mandates. And often, and I think maybe later this afternoon, we'll hear comments about that somehow the county's greedy and that we're trying to push development in order to fund that. And what I think we have to do a better job, and with your help, because you've done such a great job here, is educating that year over year our costs go up just to provide the same services. And on top of that, we have all these increasing demands and desires that are very valid and that we're trying to fund. And so we need that amount of growth to continue to help feed the coffers. And this is a mammoth undertaking with this budget. And I just commend our departments for doing as much as they can with the growth that we do have and continuing to look at innovation and ways to find additional services we can provide with the same dollars. So I just wanted to thank you for that. You've been so transparent and clear to the public. It's funny how with all the other things we get topics and huge amount of public input on, the budget, the $1.4 billion budget gets typically less comments, but it's important for us to continue to try to educate our communities on how we're using not only their tax dollars, but on the dollars that are coming to us from the other sources. Thanks, Chair Gore.
Absolutely, thank you.
And to that point, we are so very fortunate as a county to have growth that allows us to put funds away in our general reserve as well as actually fund capital projects. There are counties throughout this state that are cutting jobs. They do not have enough resources to meet state mandates, and we are very fortunate that we have a really strong economy, especially in the South Placer area. Certainly up here, but in the South Placer area, we've got strong businesses that are really allowing us to actually set aside dollars for emergencies as well as address roads and re-roofing of buildings, et cetera. So I really appreciate the hard work. I really appreciate that over the last number of years, especially with Daniel, when he came aboard, making sure that we are using the dollars that we get this year for our needs this year and not relying on additional, leftover funds, and always just being able to meet our needs every year. So we're very fortunate. So thank you to Daniel, Dan, to you, and Barbara and your team. We're well positioned, and we're very fortunate because there's never enough dollars, but we are very well positioned as we move forward. With that, any public comment on this item? And none online. All right, well then we will bring it back to the board for action.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
All right, we have motion by Supervisor Landon, second by Supervisor DiMattei. Do I need a roll call on this? I think
Yes.
I do need, it is a budget. So roll call, please.
Jones? Aye. Gustafson?
Aye.
Landon?
Yes.
DiMattei?
Yes.
Gore?
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
And we have one more department item, which is item 17B. It's the Workforce Housing Preservation Program Annual Update and Request to Amend Program Guidelines.
Good morning still, yes. Morning still, Chair Gore, members of the board. Again, Nikki Striegan with your Economic Development and Housing Division, standing in for our Tahoe Housing Specialist, Tim Cusson, and here today to present an annual update to the East Placer Workforce Housing Preservation Program. So I'm going to go ahead and read the actions requested into the record. Action number 1, receive a presentation on the Workforce Housing Preservation Program annual program update. Number 2, adopt a resolution authorizing the county executive officer or designee to amend the Workforce Housing Preservation Program guidelines, which establish the county executive officer or designee as the approving party for Workforce Housing Preservation Program applications. Amend the use deed restriction and option to purchase with associated exhibits to align with amendments in the Workforce Housing Preservation Program guidelines. Ratify all actions taken in furtherance of deed documents, previously executed and deed restriction disbursements previously awarded under the Workforce Housing Preservation Program. Make future non-material amendments to the Workforce Housing Preservation Program guidelines and deed documents, and execute all documents as necessary to align with program requirements and execute all related loan agreements subject to County Council and risk management concurrence. And 3, determine that the proposed actions are each not a project pursuant to CEQA California Environmental Quality Act Guidelines, Section 15378. Okay, so just a little bit of background here. I know your board is familiar with this program, but the Workforce Housing Preservation Program is a program that purchases deed restrictions, and these are payments that are made to qualified local workers to purchase homes within the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District boundary at a disbursement of 16% of the fair market value, not to exceed $150,000. The property is deed restricted, and it requires occupancy by a local worker for a period of 55 years. When the property sells or upon conveyance of that property, that deed restriction continues. So in effect, the program is creating a secondary market for local workers in this region. You can see the examples on the slide before you. A home that is $700,000 results in a $112,000 WIP disbursement and a reduction in monthly payment of $745, and a $900,000 home results in a $144,000 WIP disbursement and a reduction in payment of $958. So looking at the results both to date and for the past fiscal year, this past fiscal year, we were able to purchase 7 deed restrictions for a total of just over $755,000, which with an average incentive of almost $108,000, and the average area median income served at 146%. And then to date, you can see the program has restricted 14 properties, purchased a deed restriction for 14 properties with total incentives just over $1.2 million. Again, right around $108,000 per incentive and 151% of the area median income. And I'll give you a little context here. Right now, let's see, the area median income for Placer County, according to some income limits, is $120,000 for a family of 4. We don't see a lot of families of 4 participating in this program, but so for a household of 3, $160,000 or so is that around 146-150% of the AMI. So households of 3 making $160,000, that's who we're serving. The AMI range has been pretty wide. You can see from 86%, so that's just over low income, all the way to 236% of the area median income. That's the range. The purchase range has been from $340K to $980,000, with the average purchase price at just over $680,000. And the property types, of course, vary from single-family homes to condos as well as duplexes. Staff reassessed the deed restriction value this past year. It was during the period where we were evaluating the value of units under the Launchpad program, so we had also included in that consultant contract to take a look at the deed restriction value for Workforce Housing Preservation Program. That study was inconclusive because there aren't closed closed sales data from homes in the workforce housing program. So those homes haven't been resold, nor have the homes participating in Truckey's analogous program, the Truckee Home Access Program. We're looking for resale data so that we can see, what exactly is this deed restriction worth and how is it impacting sales. However, Tim was able to conduct interviews with local loan officers and found the following, that the restriction already provides a significant amount of a down payment, that a moderate increase may not create a huge shift in buyers' ability to qualify, but that a 20% disbursement might be a little bit more recognizable. So commonly that's a figure that folks put down for a home, and that might be a benchmark to consider. There are some proposed guideline changes. The first piece is a change to the application approval process. We've simplified it in order to create some efficiencies with approvals. Those align more with the Launchpad program. We've also cleaned up the qualified resident definition, including a reference to a business needing to have a principal place of business in the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District. And then we have also updated the use deed restriction to require all non-owner occupied units within multifamily properties to be leased to qualified households. And that concludes my presentation. As we launch into this next fiscal year and the summer Tahoe buying season, we'll be marketing the Workforce Housing Preservation Program through social media by working with loan officers and those that are in the real estate industry in this area. We'll be attending the farmers markets along with the Tahoe CEO office, and be working with other regional partners such as the Tahoe Truckee Workforce Housing Agency. Last fall, they hosted a Hops and Homes event in Truckee, and so they are intending, I think, to do that again where we can garner some more interest in these programs and talk a little bit more about housing solutions in the region.
Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you.
Questions? Supervisor Gustafson?
Awesome. Thank you. Nikki, thanks for the presentation. One of our callers quite often comments on the lack of education for those purchasing the homes on the deed restrictions and the legal issues they face. Have we looked into what more we could do to provide resources to educate people on this deed restriction? It clearly is a benefit to get them into a home and to build equity while they're in it, but there are restrictions, so maybe you could speak to that.
Yeah, and we conduct some buyer education workshops. We also do that with lenders and real estate agents in the region to make sure that those who are engaging in this program understand what they're up against, and that they understand what the rules are and how the restriction works in the long term. So we'll continue to do that to make sure buyers are aware.
Since we copied this from Vail, Colorado, and they've had more years at it and had quite a few more properties. I think they have several thousand in various deed-restricted programs. Maybe they have some resources that could be helpful to our first-time, because often these people are first-time home buyers as well. And so signing away your life and all those disclosure forms that you receive, is pretty daunting. And so I just urge us to look and see what more they've done to help educate. And they've actually had resale now. Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see their numbers on those resales. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. See no other questions. Let's open it up to the public for any public comment. And seeing no public comment.
We have one online, Chair.
All right.
Diane, please unmute your mic to give your comments.
Again, hello Supervisors. Diane Louise Alessi from Christian Valley Park, District 5. Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate that inquiry. And I was going to comment on the presentation. That does totally skirts over all of the obligations. There needs to be, before anybody sits down to do the transaction, a full disclosure of the entire contract, the repurchase agreement, the entitle, the title. I cannot actually, I have just looked and looked. The Indeed program from Colorado is actually a tad worse, but you guys aren't going to see, or none of us will be on this planet, these 55-year deeds roll, or they can opt out. My suggestion here is that that deed restriction has no business. I know why California isn't doing this shit, because 55 years means that you'd have to be age 16 to buy your first house and live long enough in that house to ever see it removed, that deed of restriction. So the length of time on that deed of restriction is egregious in itself. There should be a get out of free jail card if they repayment plus whatever prepayment penalty would be to reset that deed to a regular warranty deed. There's just so much more education, and as I've stated to you guys before, coming from lending, I know how young and dumb are, and even a lot of second, third, or refis that I did. Education, I tried my best. I even got called on the carpet because I was so slow going through each one. And especially when it was going to reset an interest rate or what have you. You're looking at properties that only developers are going to actually maximize any kind of equity in. These people that are just getting in on the ground floor, that even if they got 50 or 100,000, what's that 50 or 100,000 going to equate to at the end of 55 years when that deed is finally able to be reconveyed to a regular deed? I don't see this as a big help. I think if you started to support the landlord more and the property owner more in terms of being able to not face so much liability for getting bad renters or leasers out of their properties, because it's an act of Congress and worse, and we all know this. So you're kind of setting up for failure. The last point I'm going to make is because of the length of these programs, the state's smart. They know most people will be dead, or by the time it goes to heirship or transfer to trust, the family's going to get blindsided.
Diane,
and not only that, I'm just completely appalled at the fact of the timelines in those contracts that you need to disclose, because if you're the executor...
Diane, we need to have
state,
you wrap up your comments, please.
Yes. I'm going to end with that. You need to disclose that anybody who's going to administer an estate to these people has such a very short timeline to address it. Last thing, the presenter, I asked you about corporations owning the properties that are in the program, and your presentation did say deed restriction. So a number of that makes a big...
Thank you very much. All right. Let's go ahead and close public comment. And this is an action item that our...
Yes. Did we read it into the record?
did.
Yes,
You did
so-
read it into the record.
Yes, so I'll move approval of the resolution.
Yeah.
And determine that the proposed actions are not a project.
All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Gustafson.
I'll second that motion.
And a second by Supervisor Jones. And know that, this board doesn't do, I just have to say, this board does not take action on items without thoroughly doing, and our staff doing their homework and research and making sure that projects and programs that we're moving forward with have been vetted. We work with professionals, and I appreciate the comment, but that being said, people are being notified and provided the appropriate disclosures. So with that, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, we have time to go to closed session. So we will take our closed session items, and then we should be back by 1 o'clock timed item, and I will have County Council read the closed session items.
Thank you. The Board of Supervisors will now adjourn to closed session to discuss 3 items of existing litigation and 1 labor negotiation item. All are listed in item 18 of the agenda. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We should be back hopefully by the 1 p.m. timed item. All right, everyone. Looks like I need to call the meeting back to order. We have returned from closed session, and I will have County Council report out.
Thank you. The board met in closed session to discuss 4 items. For item A1A, this is under item 18 on the agenda. The board heard a report, no action was taken. For item A1B, the board heard a report and no action was taken. For item A1C, the board heard a report and provided direction through a 5-0 vote. For item BA, the board heard a report and provided direction through a 5-0 vote. This concludes the report out of closed session. Thank you.
Thank you, Clayton. We now will have our 1 o'clock timed item. This is the North Lake Tahoe Economic History, Incentives, and Progress. And good afternoon, Stephanie. I think you need to turn it on. I'm sure you can figure that out.
I got it. I think I got it. Okay, all right. So good afternoon, Chair Gore, members of the board, Daniel and Clayton. Hopefully you got outside to enjoy some sunshine, vitamin D, a little warm up. It's a little cold in this room. So, but yeah, Stephanie Holloway, your Deputy CEO here in the Tahoe office. I'm happy to kick off this afternoon to give you a presentation, no action on this item, but a presentation just on kind of the economic history over the last 13 years, some incentive programs and initiatives that your board has approved and that our county staff has been working diligently on, and then just to kind of highlight some of the progress in this area. Get this going. Okay, so as I mentioned, my key sort of actions and goals for today is to talk through some of the land use actions that have happened. A number of our actions related to our economic incentive program and the economic studies are based on some of the regional plans and regional goals that we have here in Lake Tahoe. I'll briefly discuss some economic studies, the approval of the North Lake Tahoe Economic Development Incentive Program. I'll go through our Envision Tahoe Playbook, which was an effort undertaken by the Tahoe Prosperity Center here. And then also talk through a report that we provide to TRPA through implementation of their regional plan. So with that, I will start with just an overview of the framework with TRPA and the importance of the regional plan and the area plan as a basis to kind of foundation for discussions. As you know, TRPA is a regional planning agency here in the basin. It was formed in 1969 to protect the sensitive environment and treasured ecosystem of Lake Tahoe. The TRPA did adopt a regional plan in 1987, and it set forth limits and restrictions on development here within the basin. This version of the the regional plan did provide some stringent regulations that essentially provided barriers for and limitations on economic development and growth in the region. And so that plan has subsequently been amended. TRPA went through an extensive update of the plan in 2012, and that's kind of the basis of what I want to talk to you about today. So from 2012 forward, the plan identified areas of sensitivity that had been previously developed on and did provide a framework for moving future development rights and the remaining development rights within the region into our town centers and trying to promote what they call environmentally beneficial redevelopment. So redevelopment of those lands specifically focused on our town centers with the intent and interest and scientific backing around how that redevelopment of those properties does improve our lake quality, water quality, lake clarity, and also air quality, and a number of environmental benefits. And so that's our milestone for today. Building off that, TRPA did encourage local land use agencies to develop an area plan, and you're very familiar with our Tahoe Basin area plan. So from 2012, the the regional plan was set in place, we did start working extensively on the Tahoe Basin area plan initiative at that point, and it was approved by your board in 2017. So a number of things kind of happened in that period of 5 years, and I'm going to go through that. But just kind of found a foundation for not only the regional plan, but our area plan, which is really a strategic tool that you guide us on in development of areas. And again, focused on the areas of the town centers, specifically here in Kings Beach, Tahoe City. There is a small town center area on North State Line, and we're seeing development occurring there as we speak. So I do want to mention also, in this period of time, your board did approve the project, the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project, that was completed in 2017. It was mentioned in the earlier commendation this morning, a $50 million project that was a partnership really with the county and the community to make sure that we were advancing public funds for infrastructure investments in the region. So I'll talk a little bit about, kind of leading up to the regional plan and the area plan. There were a number of different economic decline indicators. You can see those on the screen here, but the community and the county became very aware of, concerns, critical lodging that was not being realized, vacancy of commercial property that was continuing to increase, and really our overall tourism numbers on a downward trajectory. So some pretty key indicators during this time that, the economy was not keeping pace. So with that, in 2015, your board approved a contract with a number of different economic studies and consultants. We started with 2 studies, really with the intent of focusing on opportunities and barriers for development on private property. As I mentioned, the county had made an investment in the public land on the streetscape through the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project, but there really was kind of a lack of private investment happening at the same time. So we hired a consultant to study that on private property. Like I said, I will mention that this was all happening at the time we were working on the area plan, the land use document that provided us with those streamlining efforts in our town centers, as well as the streetscape here in Kings Beach. And so the study came up with a number of different challenges. You've heard this these challenges. Sorry, I should advance. You've heard these challenges before, but multiple agency, multiple regulations within this region, which creates complexity. The length and cost of approval of these projects, I think we hear that on a regular basis of why does it take so long in Tahoe, but the complexity really does drive some of these timeframes. High development costs. There are some unique attributes to land acquisition and commodities here in the region, and so that also increases the cost outside of just regular entitlement and mitigation efforts. So the report provided by EPS did actually come up with a finding that we had here in Lake Tahoe, prohibitive project economics. And so that was really, I think, a defining indicator that we needed to look for ways to kind of improve that situation. So there were recommendations. These recommendations did include facilitation of development rights, assistance from county staff in moving projects forward, using the potential transient occupancy tax funds as an offset, streamlining regulation, and the like. And so we did take that to heart, and I'm going to move this forward just a couple because they got out of sequence here. Your board did approve the North Lake Tahoe Economic Incentives Program. So that occurred in 2015 and it has been subsequently amended, and I'll talk a little bit about that. So a lot of effort right in that period of time post a regional plan with the area plan, trying to align and streamline what we hope to realize with is redevelopment. And I think the other thing that was recognized in the EPS study is that with growth in some of these catalyst projects, we were the economics basically were supporting that there would be a ripple effect, not just on the project itself, but also in the community, that there would be opportunity for additional economics on redevelopment. So the goal of that report and this program was to add hotel rooms to our town centers, boast our economy, like I said, and then also was recognized the potential for a reduction of short-term rental pressure in our neighborhoods by providing the needed lodging. And this is really part and parcel to the policy that your board adopted last fall, whereby supporting a reduction in STRs in our communities with the onset of high-quality lodging in our town centers. So there's 3 components to the program. You're going to hear a couple of projects today that are looking to take advantage of those 3 components: the development right, cost offset, the infrastructure cost offset. The infrastructure cost was shown to be a significant barrier in just the overall economics of a project, and then the transient occupancy tax rebate. That rebate component was added in 2020 as the result of a further economic study, which I will talk about. On this graphic, you can see 3 different projects. On the right is an artist rendition of the Tahoe City Lodge project. That project was approved by your board as part of the Tahoe Basin Area Plan and has moved forward with agreements through the North Lake Tahoe Economic Development Incentive Program. So that was the first. We do have 2 other projects that are catalyst projects that we're currently working on with private developments. One you'll hear about today, the Kings Beach 39 North project, and then also Cedra staff is working on the Boat Works project, and I believe you heard from them yesterday as well. So just to give you some reference there. I will say the Tahoe City Lodge project, as I mentioned, was processed and approved as part of the area plan. The Kings Beach Center project was also identified in the area plan as a catalyst improvement project for the Kings Beach area as well. I'm going to jump back here. Okay, so as I mentioned, there was a subsequent environmental analysis in 2020. Like I said, you adopted the plan in 2015. We didn't really realize what we had hoped to realize out of that program initially. And so we did another economic analysis to reassess, did we get it right? And similar results came from that. The high cost of development in Tahoe, aging infrastructure, the slow process, additional restrictions with multiple agencies. And so we basically validated through that study the significant barriers there. Some additional findings, though, that we did get through the BAE study was the fact that they did recommend that in order for these projects to pencil, they needed significant government subsidy potentially. And so that was, again, the basis for bringing that TOT rebate component into the program at that time. We did also do an analysis on the potential of 4 different developments and really looking at the feasibility and the economics around that. The study did find and show that really the only project or type of project that was financially feasible on its own was for sale residential condominiums. And so I will point out around that time we did see a number of those projects come forward, and so that was proof that those projects did have the economics and feasibility to move forward, but again, for sale residential condominiums. And so there was a concern, that condominium development, potentially could be, sold to second homeowners and not made available for specific tourism interests in the region. And so combining the condominium development with hotel development could improve the feasibility of a condo hotel project. And so that is what we are realizing through the proposal or the approved project in Tahoe City with the Tahoe City Lodge project. That is a condo hotel project. And then we're also in conversations on the 2 other projects in that model of which supports the analysis that was done. I already covered these. These are actions that were recommended through the study, which we essentially have implemented so far with the revision of the program, bringing in the TOT rebate in 2020, and applying those rebates to upgrading lodging. One of those sort of redevelopment projects you're going to hear today, and then also prioritizing catalyst projects, as I've already mentioned. We have been in conversation about impact fees, but no specific action at this point. And then I will also kind of wrap you back to the presentation with the North Tahoe Community Alliance this morning on the infrastructure. The 2% TOT is specifically designated for infrastructure within our region. So continued investment by your board there. All right, I wanted to kind of bring these catalyst projects out into the forefront. Some of the pictures on here are existing properties within our town centers, but essentially the EPS study done in 2015 did a needs analysis of how many hotel rooms or condo hotel rooms are needed in the region to really sustain a vibrant economy and to achieve the goals of economic development and redevelopment in the region. And that study did identify anywhere from 200 to 400 new hotel rooms needed in the region. And so that's a pretty significant number when we think about new hotel rooms. I will say that the Tahoe City Lodge project was approved at 118 rooms. The Boatworks project in Tahoe City is, moving forward. I think their current count is for the project is 137. The Kings Beach Center or 39 North project is currently sitting at 170. And so, if we add all those up, we are at the upper end of the needs analysis. At 425. So with these 3 projects alone, we do believe that we are achieving, I think, what the economic studies supported. I will point out that we are also losing hotel rooms at the same time. There's been 10 years that have passed since that program went into place, and we have seen a number of smaller hotel projects that have gone offline as well. So I think there's definitely ebb and flow in the current hotel stock as well. This is just a graphic. You've seen it before, but a number of different private development projects outside of the 3 we just talked about that our CEDR team is also working on. So I think just put that up here to kind of allow you to realize that we are seeing private development even outside of some of these bigger projects in the region, and we're working diligently with those development. I'll highlight just one other effort, a couple other efforts here. Envision Tahoe, as I mentioned, was an effort that was undertaken by the Tahoe Prosperity Center. It happened at a time in 2022. This was kind of, I'll just say, post-COVID or at the latter end of COVID. We saw a lot of, sort of changes during that period of time. And then also, they did do an analysis of the economic impacts of the Caldor fire, which happened earlier that year. So really, I think, was important at the time. Their focus was really economic recovery and resiliency after some pretty significant events in our region and across our country. Just to mention, again, I think some of the findings that came out of that was just economic diversification. As you all know, our area is really dependent on tourism. We are a kind of a tourism-based economy. And the playbook effort did really identify the need for us to kind of diversify so that we don't get peaks and valleys and we aren't as susceptible to some of these events that could happen. They also identified issues that we've already talked about today: workforce housing, transportation, and mobility. This slide you've seen before. Some of these initiatives are coming straight out of the playbook, but as you know, our team is working pretty diligently on addressing, I think, what was referred to as earlier as sort of a holistic approach to housing. There's a number of different initiatives as well as new construction. But the playbook did identify, really, I think that one of the biggest barriers in economic vitality here in the region is housing. And so a number of different suggestions and improvements there recommended out of the playbook. The transportation system, you've heard this before, but identified really the need for us to be connected via alternative modes, but also, incentivizing some of these TRPA regional transportation plan initiatives. And so that was also highlighted. So a lot of consistency that we're seeing, not only in our own efforts, but other efforts in the region. So just celebrating what we've done kind of in those two areas, transportation and housing specifically, continue to be a focus for your board and really recognized in our region as barriers. And so significant efforts here on the county, and with your commitment of dollars on trails, microtransit services. We talked a little bit about that earlier today, but expanded the TART system, pedestrian safety, mobility, and then the park and ride program, which Sarah from the TMA gave you a rundown on that earlier today. So significant investment here, and we are moving the needle on all of these things all at once. And then as far as housing, again, you've heard updates on two of these programs. You heard the Launchpad program earlier this year. I will kind of bring in the short-term rental regulation. Currently, we do have a short-term rental cap of $3,900. And as I mentioned, this policy, you did adopt a policy and direction to staff that during the next update of that ordinance, we are looking to come up with a mechanism of how we might reduce the STR cap as we bring on new hotel lodging. Really a kind of a trade-off of short-term occupancy in our region that has transitioned away from our town centers into neighborhoods due to the lack of high-quality lodging. So with that, I think just giving you kind of the history of the last 10 years, our team has been diligently at work at your board's direction, developing new tools, implementing regional plan and area plan initiatives, and all of it really does tie together. Sometimes we talk individually about transportation or housing, but again, I wanted to make sure we were connecting all of that and how it really does affect our economy and vibrancy of our communities here in the region. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for the overview, the update, Stephanie, of all the work that's been happening over the past, decade plus. Comments, Supervisor Gustafson?
Thank you. Stephanie, thanks for recapping a lot of those studies and efforts, and I'm sure we'll rely on that moving forward. But I am older than you, so I can go back further in history and go back to this building. Was, I think, the original TOT example of TOT investments by Placer County into this building to convert it from the bowling alley into what we sit in today and have used for many, many years here. And again, that was done, and if you read the minutes, and I did, but I don't have them in front of me now, the county at that time was approached by the NTBA and other business leaders that really wanted to get away from the seasonality. We had no problem with peak summer visitation, but conferences and a conference center adjacent to the lodging in the properties just down the street and in the area, this was meant to kind of stabilize and create more shoulder season visitation, helping the businesses and the retail businesses and restaurants have more business in the shoulder season. So I just go back even further than you do from 2015 with all the studies and the investments that the county has made, trying to make sure we hear the community and support our local businesses through a variety of measures. So thank you for
Absolutely.
the presentation.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Let's open this up to the public. Any comments from the public on this item?
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for today's presentation and a brief moment on the North Tahoe Economic Development Incentive Program, which I'm just going to call Incentive Program, as a valuable tool. And I'm going to take this opportunity today, as you guys are going to apply to this program, to ask a few questions. Are we using this program to deliver lasting community value and protecting public leverage to ensure that happens? The 2021 guidelines emphasize project readiness, enforceable benefit, and strategic use of TAUs and TO2 rebates to support town center revitalization. But a few areas outlined in the guidelines weren't mentioned, and they may be worth bringing up forward as future applications come through. One is readiness. The guidelines require entitlement and permitting before full participation, but should we also ask whether project is truly ready for defined incentives before other parts of the process move forward? That might include site control, financing, and a clear path to construction. And how are we connecting readiness to the program's intent, revitalizing town centers with walkability, local activity, and lasting public value? Second, public benefit. The guidelines allow project-specific agreements, but it's unclear when those must be in place. Should public tools be committed only after those benefits are fully secured? Third, process. Option agreements aren't described in the program guidelines, yet they are being considered today how incentives are being structured. If these agreements move forward before CEQA is complete, before benefits agreements are signed, without public-facing safeguards, what are the implications? How do we ensure that these tools support, not sidestep, the process the public expects and secure real public benefit before terms are locked in? Fourth, public land. While public land isn't specifically addressed in the guideline, it raises different questions. Should proposals involving county-owned property be held to a higher standard for return through housing, retail space, civic space, or community-serving outcomes? Thank you for your leadership and helping to ensure this program is applied transparently, accountability, and a clear connection to community value. All decisions made under this program will set the tone for how future projects are evaluated. Let's make sure the precedent reflects the strongest version of what this program was designed to achieve, the revitalization of a town center delivering year-round community value. Thank you.
Anyone else in the public like to make a comment? All right, and no one online? All right, thank you very much. No action. Sir, did you want to make a comment? No? Okay. All right. This was just a presentation, so thank you. We will move on to our next item, which is item 12A. It's the North Lake Tahoe Economic Development Incentive Program application and operations covenant and declaration of covenants and restrictions for Evo Hotel, Tahoe City. Good afternoon, Nick.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Again, Nick Martin with your Tahoe CEO office. We're excited to bring to you today a proposed TOT rebate agreement for the Evo Hotel in Tahoe City, which is applied to the remodel lodging category of the North Lake Tahoe Economic Development Incentive Program. In Stephanie's earlier presentation, she outlined the environmental and economic needs for redevelopment in North Lake Tahoe, specifically for new and upgraded lodging products, and the studies that led to the development of the incentive program. Many of those studies identify the need for new lodging. However, upgrading of the current lodging stock is also important, which is why it was included in the program. Up until this point, the county and your board has only received interest for these larger catalyst new development projects of new hotel rooms in our town centers. However, the EVO application is the first to apply through the remodel lodging category. The program includes 3 components, as Stephanie had outlined earlier: the development rights cost offset, infrastructure cost offset, and the transient occupancy tax rebate, which is highlighted on this slide since that is the only component that EVO is applying for today. Some background on the EVO Hotel project, and Ian Lovelace is with us here today as well from the EVO team. We'll go into some more detail in a couple of slides here. But the project consists of a remodel of the former 48-unit America's Best Value Inn in downtown Tahoe City. The renovations that were done include pretty comprehensive external, internal, HVAC, flooring, fixtures, some reconfiguration of other lodge amenities, which Ian can go into some detail on. The proposed or the incentive program request here is for a TOT rebate, which consists of an 80% rebate on newly generated TOT. And I'll mention that this is the way that the remodel category works is there are 3 different tiers to the incentive, to the TOT incentive. And with the cost, those tiers being delineated based on the cost of the improvements. And so with the EVO Hotel project, at their cost level, they're in that 3rd tier, which is a case-by-case consideration of what that benefit or what that incentive includes. And what is being proposed is an 80% rebate of newly generated TOT with a term of 9 years. And this is consistent with the only approved incentive program application to this point for the Tahoe City Lodge project, which is where your board had approved this streamlined, simplified 80% rebate amount. This is, and I'm going to go ahead and go to the next slide to explain a little bit about what this net new TOT means, because it's a little bit complicated for the remodel category here. If you think of the original, the existing hotel product, the county was receiving 100% of the TOT being generated from those hotel rooms at the level that they're being rented at. EVO has come in and made significant remodel improvements and upgrading that infrastructure to now be renting at a higher average daily rate. And so the county is proposing to rebate back the TOT that's generated on that differential TOT revenue that is created as a direct value from the improvements that were made. And so on this slide, you can see that we have gone to the 3 prior operating years of the America's Best Value Inn and averaged out a base year TOT, which will then be benchmarked against the TOT collection that the county receives from the new hotel project, or from the EVO Hotel remodel project, to do that calculation on an annual basis of what the differential is. The 80% rebate will be applied to that portion only. And based on the pro forma that EVO Hotel has and what their projections of occupancy and future average daily rate on those rooms would be, the total estimated value is approximately $1 million in the for the 9-year period. In the public notice, you may have noticed that there is a range that's given, and that's to accommodate for up years, down years, some changes in the actual occupancy or average daily rate that they're able to operate at. So those are the numbers. I'll go ahead and hand it over to Ian Lovelace with the EVO Hotel team to speak a little bit more to the project in detail, and then I'll come back to read in the actions.
All right, thanks, Nick. Hi, supervisors. I'm Ian Lovelace. I'm the Director of Finance at Evolution Projects. Evolution Projects is a real estate development company that's connected to the Evo retailer and brand. So we develop a number of projects that Evo is a part of, and also develop projects outside of that. So the Campus Tahoe project, as Nick said, was a full renovation of the America's Best Value Inn. So 48 hotel rooms. The project consisted of a full refresh of those rooms, and then really had a focus on communal amenity areas. So turning a former carport area into a large amenity gathering space for people coming to the hotel. Those amenities include a spa, a sauna and a cold plunge, and then lots of outdoor seating. So the full renovation was a complete update to the hotel. I think the other point that I wanted to make was, and Stephanie really, I think, hit on this earlier, is there's significant headwinds currently on just real estate development generally, specifically on the hospitality side. With interest rates where they are, construction costs have increased significantly over the last few years. And this TOT rebate program was a significant part of our underwriting and very helpful for us to get this project over the line. So I just wanted to express gratitude for the program being in place. We're hopeful that other developers are able to use it in the future, and that you're going to see more renovations of the existing hotel rooms in Tahoe City here in the near future.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Ian. So we have 3 actions before your board today. I'll go ahead and read those into the record. The first action is to conduct a public hearing to consider a proposed economic development subsidy to Campus Tahoe LLC for the remodel of Evo Hotel, a 48-unit property formerly known as America's Best Value Inn in Tahoe City, California. Action number 2, approve and authorize the county executive officer or designee to execute an operations covenant and declaration of covenants and restrictions between the county and Campus Tahoe, subject to county council and risk management concurrence. And the third action is to determine the proposed actions are not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15378.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that presentation. And questions from my colleagues. Supervisor Landon?
Thanks. I don't have any questions, but just wanted to say I had a chance yesterday to take a look at some of the renovations, and just a really cool space. And I thought the little area where you listen to records was super neat. I mean, just some really creative ideas. So really great work to the team there. And I think this program is awesome in that it provides opportunities for things like you guys, what you're doing or what you did, and really excited to see how it works in the future with some other development opportunities.
Thank you. Supervisor Landon, Gustafson?
Whoever that is.
I know who you are.
Well, ditto that. I've been able to have a few meals there, and we did tour yesterday some of the rooms. Thank Kelly for showing us the rooms, because it was kind of unexpected. We had a bit of time and thought we should take a look, and really appreciated that. Evo has over 2 million customers and 25 locations worldwide, so you have quite an extensive database. Where else do you have campuses like this?
So we have another full campus location in Salt Lake City. And then, so Evo Hotel, this is the third Evo Hotel location. So Salt Lake City was our first. And then we opened a hotel in Japan, in Hakuba, last year. And then, this is our third location for the
Great.
hotel. But in terms of the campus locations, which we consider kind of bringing in other uses to a consolidated, assembled campus, Salt Lake City, Seattle, around our flagship store there, and then here.
Great. Well, it really is striking to see what you were able to accomplish there and some pretty dated old accommodations. And to upgrade those significantly and to move that forward. So we're looking forward to your success and our mutual success as you bring more people into our downtown. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks so much, Cindy.
All right, and I just have to say I loved the coffee bar. I thought it was beautiful, and I loved that the regular bar on one side and the coffee bar on the other.
Awesome. Yeah, I was working there this morning. It's amazing. Yeah.
So, jack of all trades, wonderful. All right, let's open this up to the public for public comment, please. Oh, and I need to open up the public hearing because this is a public hearing. So we are now conducting the public hearing, and please step forward. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. That sounds a little loud for me. Hopefully it's not too loud for you. Andrew Ryan here from Kings Beach. I'm not going to say much about the project because I think it speaks just for itself. It's a great project. I do want to just tell a brief story about the creation of this program. Way back when I was actually a hotelier here in North Tahoe, I fixed up a defunct motel and made it operational, turned it into a hostel. It's now operating and it looks nice. But I packaged together studies from La Jolla, from Palm Springs, from San Diego, and had a meeting with Jennifer Merchant and said, we really should have some kind of TOT investment for hotels here. And that kicked off a great process by the county that developed this program, so I'm so happy to see it used today. The other piece that I'd like to take a little credit for was, as an existing hotel operator that fixed up my hotel prior to the program, I said there's got to be something for someone that wants to remodel. And the county responded and saw that and plugged it in, and we've been waiting to see something that happens. So congratulations, thanks. I hope for many more. What I also saw in the staff report were encouraging, were calculations that showed us how the public subsidy was determined. It was very clear. It also showed us that they completed CEQA in order to build their project, so I was happy to see that and have a clear understanding of how my public investment was being used. So thank you. Bravo.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that.
Hello again. Good afternoon, supervisors. As the NTEDIP incentive program begins to take shape, this application is a good opportunity to show how the program was intended to work, as just stated. The EVO application shows what it looks like when a project meets also the intent of the program. It has completed CEQA, secured private land, respected the public process, and submitted an operating covenant that spells out how community benefit will be delivered and measured. This is a strong example of what the program was designed to support, and we support this approval. The tools requesting are tied to specific measurable commitments, not assumptions. This is the kind of readiness the guidelines were built around, where environmental review is complete, financing is in place, and public benefit is clearly defined and enforceable. Approving this application reinforces the incentive program as a performance-based program. It shows that public incentives are not granted on speculation, but earned through transparency, alignment, and accountability with a public process. That matters because every decision going forward will build on decisions made here and future. Applications will look as an example to what to expect. And the public will too. These are all powerful tools, TAUs, TO2 rebates, even land. They can deliver great value if applied with discipline. Thank you for reinforcing what program was created to protect clear standards, respect for the public process, and lasting community return.
Thank you.
Good afternoon now. Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. Yeah, the EVO project it's what we should be doing. And it has financial realism. I mean, you're giving them some money, but you're not giving them a ton of money. You're not subsidizing the entire project. If the financial realism doesn't exist to build it, to sell it, to make it happen, then don't do it. It's too big. But, base camp, good job, redid units, rentals, motel. Evo, great. The Calneva is being redone right now beautifully. It doesn't need to be subsidized. These things were too big. And you're not considering also, I think, that there are 400 units at the North State Line, just right there, half a mile, that are going to be built. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public?
All right, hello, my name is Nick Harris. I'm here in Kings Beach. And yeah, I wanted just to say what a great project. And, when I was listening to you, Supervisor Landon, about the little record room, I've been there a bunch recently with my 5-year-old, just putting on the headphones, like listening to the different discs. When they were speaking about the communal benefits, I'm like, that is what we're talking about. That's the community-focused project that doesn't just serve tourists, but really serves the local communities. What a great use of these rebates to spur the type of local redevelopment that we really want to see. And Supervisor Gustafson, same thing. The meals that we've had there, I mean, I don't know about, so when we go there, I've got 3 little kids. You walk in, and we call it the baby drop. There's that little room where there's all the stuff for the kids. And it's amazing. My wife and I can have dates there basically while our kids are doing whatever they do. So I just really want to throw my support behind the very way that this project was conducted, the way the rebates have been allocated to make a right-sized community project happen. So I know there's some other projects out there that are a bit more controversial, but I just think the EVO project is a great example of the type of project that we really support happening. So thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public like to make a comment? All right, anyone online? No. All right, thank you very much. We will close the, any other comments or questions? We can close the public hearing.
I was just going to make a quick comment that I did notice in the record room that Mariah Carey Christmas was in there. So that is worth 100% staying there just to go sit in the record room and listen to Mariah Carey Christmas. So. That's it. That's all I got.
All right, well, we have been asked to take action, so happy to have someone make a motion.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Gustafson, second by Landon. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Great, thank you very much. Really nice to see this project. And with that, we will move to our 140 timed item, which is item 13A, Tourist Accommodation Unit Transfer and Rebate Option Agreement for the proposed 39 North project. And
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Before we start discussion, I just wanted to make a public statement. Some time ago, I was approached regarding this project and my husband's work on 39 North. And so I wanted to give a quick history, because this will be the first time I'm participating in the discussion. My husband's firm, Arbach Engineering, has been working on this site since 2007, first for S.K. Brown, then for the Placer County Redevelopment Agency, then for Craig Clark / now Kings Barn. In January of 2024, he ceased all work and contracts with the developer on this project. He received his last payment on 5/29/24, which puts it over the 12-year prohibition for any funding under the 12-month. Sorry, 12-month, under the Political Reform Act. It seems like 12 years sometimes. So I will be participating not only today but moving forward, since he is committed to never working for this project again. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear to the public.
Great. Thank you very much for that clarification. All right, Stephanie, looks like you're up. Or no, you're not. Who's up? Nick's up.
Did you want to lead off at all, Stephanie, or no?
No, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon again, Chair, members of the board, Nick Martin with your Tahoe CEO office. We're in front of you today with an option agreement for certain economic incentives for the proposed 39 North project in Kings Beach. And just as a reminder, and I'll have some other language to read when I get closer to the actions, the item is specific to the option agreement and not, diving into any details around the project design or environmental process around the project itself. If you recall, a similar option agreement was presented to your board in January of last year, which also ultimately did not move forward. At that time, your board requested that staff work with the applicant and bring back a new proposal, which is what is agendized here today. The proposed project representatives are with us today, and we'll have a couple of slides to speak to later in the presentation, going into more detail on what specifically those changes were from the proposal a year and a half ago. Again, as Stephanie mentioned in her earlier presentation, she did a good job of revisiting the economic circumstances that led to the creation of the incentive program. As a quick reminder for everyone, the purpose of the North Lake Tahoe Economic Development Incentive Program is to encourage town center lodging redevelopment that achieves the environmental and economic goals of the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. Through incentives which aim to provide more certainty for developers in the development process. By encouraging developers to build projects that meet the goals of the area plan, there's inherent environmental, economic, and community benefit. This is a similar slide to the previous item, which details out the 3 program components. And again, this is an option agreement addresses the new lodging category of the incentive program. The development rights cost offset and the transient occupancy tax rebate component are highlighted, since those are the 2 components that this proposed project would be looking for in future agreements that would come to your board should this option agreement be approved today. The proposed project in its current form is a lodging and mixed-use development in the Kings Beach Town Center. The proposed project number of units has been reduced down to 170 total units, a mix of hotel rooms and some condominium units. Other proposed uses include a rooftop bar, fitness center, ground level retail, covered parking for public and guests. And again, the development team will go into more of those specifics in a future slide here. The proposed incentive program request, and I'm realizing here this is an old version of the PowerPoint. There should be some different language on this slide specific to the request of the project rather than the that should read requested development rights cost offset and requested TOT rebate. The total TAU need for the proposed project is 170. However, the request of the incentive program is only for 106. This is due to the conversion of other development rights on site, including existing commercial floor area and residential units of use, and these conversions yield 64 of the 170 TAUs that would be needed for this proposed project. If the option agreement is approved by your board, a future TAU loan agreement would come back to you in the amount of $1,552,900. And again, that would be a future approval request. The requested TOT rebate is similar to the rebate that was approved as part of the Tahoe City Lodge incentive program request, which is that 80% simplified level on all new TOT generated from the hotel for a term of 20 years. And again, this rebate agreement would come back to your board at a future date for approval. I wanted to include the table from the staff report to show a bit of the complicated math around how we're arriving at the TAU request specifically. And I think it's most important takeaway here for those of you in the room that can actually read that table or refer to the staff report is that bottom line amount, since that was of concern of your board in the previous iteration of this project. This new proposal would leave a remaining TAU count of 40, which represents slightly more than the 25% set aside that's mentioned in the guidelines, in the incentive program guidelines. So at this time, I'll go ahead and ask the project representative to come up and speak a little bit more detail to the changes of the project in the past year and a half. Will it be Phil? All right, Phil Meter.
Honorable Board, I'm Phil Mader. I'm president of Kingsbarn Capital and Development, and we are the project applicant. I'll just summarize the key changes we made from over a year ago in the project. And obviously, the action before you today has nothing to do with the project approval, but this is just merely an update so you can see what we've done over the course of the last year. Okay, so first of all, on this slide, you'll see on the left it says previous. This was the previous design. And on the right is the revised design. And so I'm just going to go through, and this is just the hotel component of the project. There's 3 components. There's a hotel with ground floor retail and some amenities. Then there's the townhomes, and then there's the workforce housing. It all goes together as one package. But first, the major changes we've made to this project in the last year is, first of all, we've revised the architecture to look more old Tahoe. We had comments it was too modern. Second of all, we've reduced the hotel height from 6 floors to 4 floors. And so that's a reduction from 75 feet to 56 feet, a reduction of 25% in height, quite considerable. We reduced the hotel room count from 179 rooms to 132 rooms, which is a reduction of 26%. And we've kept the same quantity of parking stalls for the hotel at 189. We relocated the hotel car access from Highway 28, also known as North Lake Boulevard, to Salmon Avenue. And we broke up the hotel with a visual break at the street level, with a pedestrian access through the hotel at the ground floor level. So those are the major changes we've done. So quite considerable. We've reduced the size, the scope, room count, massing, in direct response to comments that we've received over the last year. If you would like, I can also give you an update on the townhomes and the workforce housing very quickly. The townhomes, again, we had comments that the architecture people were looking for something more old Tahoe, which we have updated to make it more old Tahoe looking. We've created visual breaks in the townhomes along Fox Street. And then for the workforce housing, this workforce housing is quite considerable. We increased the workforce housing unit count from 62 to 63. As part of this project, we are required to replace 12 housing units, but we're providing 63 instead of 12, so very significant public benefit. We decreased the length of the workforce housing building from 247 feet to 192 feet, a reduction of 22%. As I mentioned, we increased the unit count from 62 to 63. And we've also added 7 2-bedroom units to the workforce housing in response to community comments. And we've increased the quantity of workforce housing parking spaces from 50 to 68, an increase of 36%. And we've also increased the green open space for the workforce housing. So that is a summary of the major changes to the project over the last year. If you have any comments, please to answer. Otherwise, I'll sit down. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phil. And I did have these other slides in here as well, but you You spoke to those, thank you. And I'll jump to the action slide here. And before I read these actions into the record, I wanted to make an additional comment around the 39 North project itself is not before the board today, as noted in the board memo. The actions requested of your board don't approve or take action on the proposed project itself. The proposed project is subject to obtaining any required environmental clearances and approvals from all authorities required under CEQA. And by approving the option agreement, the county doesn't approve or commit to the project itself. I'll go ahead and read these three actions. Number one, conduct a public hearing to consider a proposed economic development subsidy to KB Kings Beach LLC for development of a proposed 170-unit hotel and condominium project in Kings Beach, California. Number two, approve and authorize the county executive officer or designee to execute a tourist accommodation unit transfer and rebate option agreement between the county and Kings Barn, subject to county council and risk management concurrence. And three, to determine the proposed actions are each not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15378.
All right, thank you very much. We are going to conduct a public hearing on this item, and we'll start with questions from the board. We have questions from, you want to wait until after public comment? All right, then we'll open up public comment. So those of you who would like to comment on this item, feel free to come up to the podium, please. And we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Ooh, I just lost.
Yeah, bring down the microphone. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I just lost my, there it is. Okay, good morning, or good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Danielle Hughes, and I'm a resident of North Lake Tahoe. I'm here today to urge you to vote not yet on the 39 North project. This proposal would commit public land and public resources, including a large number of tourist accommodation units, a limited and valuable public asset. Once these TAUs are allocated, they're gone, and the developer has not completed the steps intended by the program. Even for a reservation, we have a program in place, and we should follow it. The developer is requesting a $2.14 million forgivable public loan and a $38.6 million in transit occupant tax rebates over 20 years, and a revised ask for TAUs. These are massive public subsidies, and yet there is no public available pro forma to show how this project will be financed or what the community benefit will be in return. There's also a lack of community benefits. The workforce housing consists of mostly studio and one-bedroom apartments, units that won't meet the needs of our teachers, firefighters, or families. We don't need more J1 housing in our town center. Housing studies show we need 2-bedroom units and mixed-use work-live spaces that support year-round residents and small businesses, not seasonal studios that short-term condo hotels. And perhaps the most troubling is the lack of public process, competitive bid, transparency, while continuing to provide public resources. This project has moved forward without meaningful community engagement, without a competitive process to ensure the best use of public lands and public dollars, and without clear and accessible information on how decisions are being made. CEQA has not been completed, nor have technical reports supporting the project been provided. I urge you, do not approve staff's request today. Instead, commit to the community a clear and transparent path forward, one that includes competitive pro forma analysis, an open bid process, and authentic public engagement. Let's ensure that we use any use of the public land and public TAUs delivers real lasting value to the people who live and work in North Lake Tahoe. Thank you.
Thank you. And if there are others who want to comment, you're welcome to come up closer to the podium. Thank you.
I'm Paul E. Now Jr., real estate appraiser. As a matter of fact, the only one in the Tahoe Basin who could legally appraise this project. But that's not the reason I'm here. I want and ask that you review the tape of the February 6th, 2018 meeting between the Board of Supervisors and the public because if it wasn't me, somebody pointed out that what you were proposing to do with the Clark Group was illegal. In 2016, you put out a request for information, and I think it's critical that the public know that neither Clark nor Kings Barn Group was one of the 5 respondents to that RFI. And therefore, the county has violated rules, laws, guidelines, everything else regarding the disposition of public property. It was never put out for public auction, and therefore, I believe that this project's never going to happen. It's going to be challenged in the courts, and the county's going to lose. So, if you review that tape, it was pointed out that what you were proposing with Clark was illegal, and that the response from the Board of Supervisors, I don't know who the fellow's name is off the top of my head, but he said, quote unquote, basically, that we know what we're doing is illegal, but we're going to do it anyway, and we won't do it again. But then I might point out, you did it again with the Eastern Gateway property. So thank you for listening to me. I hope you do some homework. I think it's critically important relative to this project.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia, and I'm speaking on behalf of Strong North Tahoe. We respectfully urge the board to deny the proposed option agreement for the 39 North project and actually read our letter on public record for item 13A. This is the 3rd application brought forward by Kings Barn, and it still does not meet the program standards. Approving it now would compromise public process and program integrity. The incentive program was created to support catalyst projects that are ready, transparent, and structured to deliver public benefit. As T. May said earlier this morning, we need to respect the public process. And from a policy standpoint, that means CEQA completed, financing disclosed, and a binding agreement in place before public tools like TAUs or rebates are defined, so that public benefit is secured and not just assumed. This proposal meets none of those criteria. CEQA has not begun, there is no developer agreement, no operating covenant, no financial disclosure, and escrow remains open since 2018. Yet today, the board is being asked to define long-term public incentives before any of that is resolved. An option agreement is not a placeholder. It's a binding contract outlining what the developer will receive under what terms. But what about the public? What do we get in return for taxpayer-backed incentives, discounted land, and free parking lots, especially for a tourism-focused project? Shouldn't the agreement also define what the community gets, like housing delivery, timelines, public access, and so on? And legally, this raises concern. Under Save Terra versus West Hollywood, agencies cannot take actions that signal commitment before CEQA is complete. This agreement may do just that, triggering risk for the county and undermining public review. This project is not ready, and the developer has already shown an unwillingness to follow the terms of their current purchase agreement extension of the 4th Amendment, failing to submit required updates over multiple years. If the county can enforce basic terms already in place, why move forward with an option agreement that defines even greater public incentives without securing any return? Please uphold the standards of this program and the intent to revitalize our town centers by delaying any commitments until CEQA financing and enforceable public benefit are complete. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. I'm here to voice serious concern about the 39 North project and the proposed agreement to transfer TAUs and offer millions in public subsidies. before the project is even approved. The 39 North project is the latest version of the long-troubled Kings Beach Community Enhancement Project. This concept has been floating for years with multiple changes, little developer financial commitment, and no clear plan for what's actually being built. The developer can't tell us the maximum number of residents or guests or the full square footage of the build-out. We've asked numerous times. You'd think he'd know. What we're seeing isn't a community benefit, it's a giveaway. 79% of the county's existing TAUs are being given over to this project. There'll be 40 left. That's not very many, considering Placer County's wide area at the lake. The developer would get $1.5 million forgivable loan over 15 years, but there's no clear standard for how or when the debt is forgiven, under what terms, and up to $30.9 million in TOT rebates over 20 years. Again, where's the financial realism? If this can't work without building luxury condos, market rate, then it shouldn't be done. It's the wrong model, and you've been riding this horse for a long time, but, you know, as they say, the dog doesn't hunt. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Kelsey Everton, and I come to you today not only as a resident of Kings Beach and member of this community, but also as a fellow public servant who serves on a local community board. Like you, I took an oath to serve the people over private interests, and I take that obligation seriously, as I know you do too. As you prepare to cast your votes this afternoon, I respectfully urge you to consider what's truly at stake. We must ask, does granting a tax break that lets this developer retain the tax revenue that represents the only direct public benefit from this project, serve the public good? Or does it funnel money away from Placer County and into the hands of those who don't even live here? Does allowing the developer of this project to bypass a state-mandated environmental review uphold your commitment to the law and to transparency? Does increasing tourism and population pressure without first ensuring our infrastructure and emergency services are ready to handle that growth signify a pledge to the people of this community? You may only be voting on the TOT and TAU implications today, but this issue opens the door. There's a reason we require public input, environmental review, and financial accountability. These aren't obstacles, they're protections. They reflect our collective values, and they only work when our elected officials uphold them. The request before you today stands in contrast to what we have seen as what partnered, responsible, community-driven development should look like. Without transparency and a guarantee that they are held to their end of the deal financially and in practice, the people who will be most impacted are not out-of-town investors. They're here, many in this room, and they're looking to you for leadership. So as you consider your decision, I ask you to take a moment to reflect on why you became a member of this board to begin with, and then ask yourself, who does this serve? Because the public, your constituents, are asking the same question, and we're counting on you to remember the answer. Thank you.
All right, hello, members of the board. Raise that a little bit. Woo-woo. Yeah, so, you know, as you heard earlier, big fan of projects that are, is this sounding weird?
No, just go ahead and give us your name for the record.
Nick
please.
Harris.
Thank you.
Yes, from Kings Beach. Yeah, so as I said before, big fan of projects like EVO that are right-sized, that give a community benefit, that really are working towards the goals of these programs, that these rebate programs, the TAUs, are meant to incentivize. But, you know, as you've heard here from these comments, and I'm not sure if you've had a chance to review the correspondence that was submitted with today's agenda item, but this stack right here, 100 pages plus, over 40 comments from people who live in this area opposed to approving this action. And as we know, it takes work to write a letter of public comment. It takes work to stand up here and speak out. I mean, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm nervous. Like, you know, I've got like all this nervous tension inside of me. And submitting a public comment, you know, through the official form, that is taking people's time and effort. So I guess I just really want to make it clear that people in this community, we're not opposed to redevelopment. We're not opposed to anything happening. I think that that's a mischaracterization that I've often heard. People who hear that, myself and other community members aren't all in favor of this project say, oh, you just are NIMBYs. I'm like, no, we're not NIMBYs. We want development. We want the small scale redevelopment that we deserve, like the EVO project. It's just this project and the amount of rebates and TAUs, all the things that it's asking for, it's too much. It's not the right thing. So we're not saying we don't want this project to happen. I mean, I would love to see that area transformed, but this is just not the right project. So not yet. It's what Danielle said. It's what the community members are saying, this big stack of letters. Not yet is the right answer. So I strongly encourage you to really take to heart what your community here is saying and has said over and over again. And just, at the very least, make them go back to the drawing board a little bit on this so it's truly a project designed to serve the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And is there anyone after this woman? Yeah, good to know. All right, you might want to make your way up. That'd be great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. Thank you so much for hosting this public hearing and taking time to hear the community on a very significant redevelopment opportunity of Kings Beach. As a 38-year-old environmental advocacy nonprofit, we are supporters of smart growth and redevelopment. I want to make that clear. With that said, we've been engaging in this process since 2013 with the area plan and attended many of the meetings over the many years many of you have been at as well. This application before you today is too soon. You don't have the right information in front of you. You haven't done the environmental review process. The community doesn't even have an application with all of the changes to review. There was over 150 people in the room a couple of weeks ago for the presentation by Kingsbarn, which I appreciate. Thank you so much. We want to have this information. We want to have a public forum where we get to be a part of redevelopment and we understand what type of workforce housing is coming down the pipeline. Is this AMI 80%? Is it 120%? Is it 180%? Or are these all achievable units that are market rate? These are details that you need in order to understand the community benefits and what is being requested, which are significant economic incentives. So today we urge the board to not take action on this item. You are not ready. You do not have the right information, and frankly, to take action on this shows a significant bias to the project that has not legally gone through the California Environmental Quality Act. So today, I urge you to listen to your stakeholders, to your citizens. I appreciate that Strong Towns printed out all those letters because we are paying attention. We care about redevelopment and we want the right-sized project for Tahoe. And I believe all of you as supervisors who want to be proud of redevelopment and proud of these transient occupancy taxes going back into the community, you want to be proud about what you support too. So I hope you take time today to listen. It's not as if this is done. Another application will come back, but the most important thing is that we look at the current application for development and then approve that. Whenever the body makes a decision on that, do the appropriate process. That's what we're asking. That's why you have 40 letters on your record today for this agenda item. And please, I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, Michael Batera. I'm a business owner and a resident here in town. I'm urging you to vote no on this. We heard earlier a lot about the brand, Evo, Base Camp, there's places like the Loge. There's a lot of kind of brand collaboration opportunities out there that really fit this action sports, environment, our natural landscape. This really seems like a project that's checking off boxes. A lot of percentages were dropped. We're not talking about experiential. We're not talking about experiences for our community, interaction for our community. It really sounds just like a box dropped in the center of our beautiful town. Evo, that's amazing. It's being dropped in the center of Tahoe City. Why aren't we looking at projects like that that really align better with the action sports, the outdoor environment? You know, we're no longer a casino, hotel party place that we were 20 some odd years ago. We're an outdoor lifestyle place, and we need brands that align better with that, because that's truly who we are and who our community is. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Johnson, and I'd like to thank you for you guys being here today and hearing this. And I'd like to say that local Kings Beach, and I've been in the area buying properties up since 1991, from multi-families, apartment complexes. We've remodeled a couple other properties with cabins and duplexes, a motel, and of course the first two lakefronts that were next to what we used to call the Heroin Beach, and then in 2000 we put them up. Now it's called the Dog Beach, and of course we watched the economy change, and in 2000 we got 3.2 million, and of course it went down to 2.9 in 2009, and that's going to bring me to some of this. And also, I do have 30 years plus experience in real estate brokerage, real estate finance, general engineering, construction, and property management development, so I have a little bit of a history. Okay, so basically what I'd like to say is, as the county prepares to move forward with a future commitment of public subsidies for Kings Barn, 39 North today, and in the future potentially concluding an 8 to 10-year escrow, I believe it's essential to reevaluate whether the assumptions and conclusions truly serve the public interest. I'd like to highlight several areas of concern that should be considered as they likely bear upon the overall success of this project. I did a lot of research here of the history, and I'm not sure that the base contract is valid because of the real estate appraisal used. The appraisal explicitly stated in 2015 it was prepared only for internal decision-making by the Placer County Redevelopment Agency, not for public sale or external use. The report says it cannot be used by other parties or for other purposes like sale or public disclosure without the written consent of the appraiser. As 10 years old, the appraisal is too old, really, to meet current public sale or disclosure standards. California agencies require appraisals within 6 to 12 months. Using it for sale without proper update or authorization could violate USAP standards, California's Surplus Land Act, and county disposition policies. I'd like to pose a few questions that hopefully the board or staff can answer before you make a decision today. Do we have a valid contract for the sale with the issues I've described with the appraisal and public requirements? For instance, the appraisal was done in 2015, and yet the only sale they used in Kings Beach was what was called the trade winds and out of the grid, and it was a 2009 foreclosure sale for 1.1 million. All the other ones were all dated, nowhere in the area and on the South Shore. Then I'd like to say, how about if we take a look at right next door, okay? We developed that, and as you know, we sold TAUs to you guys for $15,000 a piece, 10 of them. And obviously they're worth more now, but that wasn't shown as a comp either. Then La Lima in 2015, same when this appraisal was done, they bought the Crown, the Gold Crest, numerous properties, the Rite Aid, Caesars, the Snow Peak, Ann's Cottages, the Falcon, and none of those solds were utilized. So that does make you worry. So I guess, secondly, do we understand the total amount of public subsidy given to the developer from the land sale and the benefits considered today? Is there a total? For instance, I had ownership in the Eastern Gateway. I had 2 houses and a lot, and then I was partners with Phil, and we had another 9 units. And then there was Brad, who had the car lot, the workable place, and then Grable that had the gas station. So you guys gave us $4 million, all of us property owners, and we thought something would happen right away, and that was in 2009.
Wrap up your comments,
Okay,
sir.
and so just kind of curious how you sold it for $1 million. So, okay, I'm going to wrap up. Lastly, why wouldn't the total subsidy be reported in the staff summary performance so that the public and you could see the amount invested and make an informed decision? I urge the board to request this information and provide it to the public before making a decision on further subsidy. And also, I'm definitely for redevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public wish to make a comment? All right, no one online? All right, thank you. Appreciate the comments. We'll bring this back to the board, and I know we've got some additional questions. Do you want to answer some of the questions that have been proposed, or a couple of questions that have been asked already, or do you want us to ask more questions? But I think you have to answer a few questions.
Well,
that have
there's
been
been
brought
a
up.
number of questions, I will just say, that, are related to the purchase and sale, the real estate purchase and sale agreement, the RFI process. That's not the subject of the request today. I think what I would maybe seek from your board is any questions related specifically to the option agreement, and revisions that, have kind of transpired since the last time you saw it.
Well, let me do
Chair,
a
if
follow-up
I-
question. And the follow-up question for me is, why are we asked to take this action now? I would anticipate it's a financial issue to help the developer figure out whether or not they can make this project work. I mean, that would be my understanding, but maybe that's the wrong inference. So I want to understand why we're being asked to take this action now. I think that would be very helpful.
Great, and I might look to Phil to kind of give us some color on that question.
Yes, Honorable Board. So there's a few different components to it. So first of all, there is 0 TOT tax that's generated from the site now. If we don't build the hotel, there will be 0 TOT tax generated. Us building the hotel, having people stay at the hotel, that consumer will pay the TOT tax, okay? And then there is the cost-sharing agreement with the county, where we get rebated to us, and then the portion that rebated to the county goes to pay back the TAUs, okay? So that's first of all. Second of all, this is just a reservation for the TOTs. They're not being granted. This is a reservation. This is something we need in order to proceed with the hotel. We need to know that the TAUs are available if we would be approved. And I liken this to the analogy of this. If developer comes before you for a residential subdivision, there's a process of getting will serve letters for water, sewer, et cetera, to make sure there's capacity. This is no different. We want to make sure that there's capacity, that we have the TAUs that are available if we're getting approved. So it's very critical for us to be able to move forward with this, that we know that the TOTs are there. We still know that we have to get approved in order to get them. We do not want to go through a process of further work, entitlements, everything, and then get entitled, and then, just like in a subdivision, you don't get a subdivision approved and then go find water. You would have already received a will serve letter that says, if you're approved, we will serve you. This is the same thing. We want to make sure that the reservation is there. If we get approved, when we get approved, we then can act on those TAUs. So it's critical for us in order to move forward.
Thank you, I appreciate that clarification.
Chair, if I could, I wanted to mention, to provide a response on some of the legal questions,
Yes,
if now might
please.
be appropriate.
Thank you.
So in the comments in the correspondence, there were some questions raised about the CEQA analysis and whether it needs to be done at this point. And there was a mention to the Save Terra versus City of West Hollywood case. The holding in that case is basically that CEQA is required if the agency commits itself to the project as a whole or to any particular features so as to effectively preclude any alternatives or mitigation measures that CEQA would otherwise require to be considered, including the alternative of not going forward with the project. I think we need to just pay attention to what is being looked at today. This is an option agreement. And if you look at the option agreement itself, and this is in page 294 of your packet, it specifically notes that the granting of the option does not approve or commit to the project, and approval of the project and exercising of the option can only occur if and when environmental clearance is obtained for the project. So in short, under the agreement, no TAUs would be provided until that project is ultimately considered and a determination is made on that by the county. So that consideration means consideration of the mitigation measures, alternatives to the project. And in the event that the county ultimately decides not to approve the project, then no TAUs are granted. This is basically just a reserve to set these aside in the event that the county does move forward with the project. There was also another commenter that had identified, had made a statement about use of the property being illegal. And I don't think that's before the board today. Today, the option agreement is before the board. I think it is important to note that the purchase and sale agreement and any amendments to it were all considered and approved by the board in open session in the past. So they have been in front of the public, and there has been an opportunity to provide comment and weigh in on those. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Paul.
Thank you. For the record, Paul Griffith, Economic Development. I'd just like to add that when we started all of this work as staff, and before coming to your board back in 2014, the studies bared out that the risk is just so high for these types of projects that they're not happening. And we haven't seen this kind of a project in over 50 years in either Tahoe City or Kings Beach. So much of the work we were trying to do was to make it a little more predictable on how to bring that risk down. I think all developers that develop understand that there's going to be risk. I think the risk here in the basin is higher than maybe anywhere in the country. That's just the way it is. And I think the developers understand that. But on this project, your board has approved their agreements and have given them amendments. We've got an incentive program that was put in place to try to make the process a little bit more predictable for these projects to continue going forward. From the Economic Development Office, I would just like to thank the Kings Barn team and as well as the projects that are in Tahoe City for the investment that they make. The investment that has already been made by Kings Barn is tremendous. And that is before the investment of going forward if they choose to do that and if your board approves a project, which I know we're not talking about today. But the investment that's already been made to try to continue to push forward on a project to meet the area plan, which this project was part of, is something I think that we should also be thanking Kings Barn for bringing forward. Thank you.
All right, looks like we have some questions of Supervisor Landon.
Thank you. I had one question, Stephanie or Nick, whoever. Has there been any requests to use any of our available TAUs over the last few years?
Well, besides the project here today, we do have a number of projects that, we're actively in conversation on, the community development side. So we are in conversation with a couple of projects, but they're small projects. They're 15-unit type of projects, and they clearly fall within kind of the set-aside small project component of this project. And again, I think it's important to kind of reiterate the development of this program was really to incentivize, projects such as Tahoe City Lodge, the Kings Beach, Center project, and others that are above 40 units in size. So this project clearly was already kind of identified on this property, maybe not to the exact extent that the revised project is at right now, but the intent of the program was to have opportunity to reduce those barriers and provide predictability for this site in specifically, and that's identified through the area plan as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that clarification. I think for me, I really appreciate the substantive changes that have been made to the project. I think it's been reduced significantly, and I know it was probably frustrating and maybe for both sides at the delay at the last time we heard this item, but I don't see much of a risk right now knowing kind of what is coming down the pipeline, at least the requests currently for TAUs that are available. And so to put them in a reservation, I think is appropriate, especially when it comes to the intent of this program and the types of projects that we're looking to bring forward. And so those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Supervisor Landon. Do you have any other
Madam-
questions, Anthony?
Madam Chair?
Let me have Anthony and then you. All right, Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you. Well, a couple items. First off, I don't think any of us were on the board when the RFI came through. So 2018, when that came through, none of us were serving in this capacity. But numerous reiterations have come through with members of this board. But what the public is asking for is full transparency on all the financial records and subsidies that have gone into this. And I think that is a very fair request, not for today, but before we move forward. So I think that is something that the public deserves and we should provide. A lot of the debate, and I too agree that where the project was to where it is now is better. It's not perfect. I heard the second meeting. I had staff there. They thought it went better. But the public still has concerns about additional needs, and the developer has to take that into consideration as we do. But again, that's not what we're debating today, is not the project. But there does appear to be a lot of debate on the foundational documents that led the county way back when to determine this was a redevelopment site. S.K. Brown went upside down trying to build a government center here and had to walk away. And I do remember those discussions from many years ago, long before I was in this seat. And I think that's an important legacy to remember as we move forward, that whatever we put on these sites, they were identified as blighted sites. Redevelopment Agency acquired them and has looked at a number of alternatives to reinvest and drive the economy of Kings Beach. That's been the intent from the beginning. There's no, it was not a developer driven at that point. It's been the passion and commitment of the community to see economic reinvestment and environmental gain by those reinvestments. And that's what we're aiming for with all of these efforts, with redevelopment agency acquisition. When we adopted the TAU program and went out and acquired TAUs, that was to consolidate them and use them in a more meaningful way. And then, of course, now, more recently, the TOT subsidies, although, again, that was cited earlier, but we're not dealing with any TOT subsidies today on this project, just the TAUs. Am I correct on that?
Well, it's an intent for the subsidies.
For the TAU, but not the TOT rebate.
No, the incentive program.
The
is part of
incentive
this
program
today.
is in there, too?
Yes.
Okay. Because I was reading it as the tourist accommodation you transferred, and rebate option.
Yes.
I apologize, I misunderstood. But that's our intent on any project. And I think one of the things I'm feeling is that there's a lot of concern about the community about this particular developer, not necessarily, and I can't speak for the community, but the idea of we're going to need to subsidize through TAUs, through TOT incentives, through redevelopment agency acquisition in order to see economic development in our communities, because the market doesn't bear it. The only thing the market bears is luxury condominiums. That's the only thing that pays the price, and that is not what's healthy for the economy. And so that's why I think all these programs have been trying to address it. Many of the redevelopment agent investments, and again, this isn't our discussion today, but I think it's important, the redevelopment agency acquisitions throughout North Lake Tahoe have been sold off at significant losses because they were acquired in the 2005-06 timeframe, and I'm part now on that committee. Alex Morlatos has served on it longer than I have. But we've had to dispose of assets taking a loss because we bought at the peak of a market, and guess what? Things turned. And in order to move commercial properties and get those kinds of investments, just like with Evo, we have to come up with incentive programs. So, but I think it's really important to address the public's concerns on the transparency issues that go back to the RFI and the decision to move with this developer, because we're going to suffer from this. As long as I've been involved on the board, we've been hearing this concern. We need to address it. And then take a look at those foundational documents, educate the community a bit on why a certain number of rooms is necessary to generate a certain amount of return on investment for those, because it seems like that's what's missing for some of the discussion. Again, these are all relative to the project moving forward, and because the developer's in the room and because we have the opportunity to express our concerns now, to see those reflected in future evolution of this project, I think that was important for me to state. From my understanding on the rebate, on both the TAUs and the rebate option agreement, they're both optional, and we're not committing anything until the project is approved, and the public will have opportunities to deal with that. And so I am correct on that part.
That is correct. Yes.
And I'm sorry I missed the rebate. The rebate is on new revenues that would be coming in. So I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor DeMattei.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your presentations today. I do have a question for Phil on the workforce house units. I know this is nothing to do with the project. I know that's what we're not voting on. I just have questions if it ever comes forward to us and to help me make decisions today. Of the 63 units, how many beds will be in there for workforce housing? Is it just one bed? Is it multiple beds? How many, sorry about that. How many people, I do talk with my hands because I'm Italian, so if I hit this mic a couple of times, I'm sorry. Thank you. How many beds, how many people are forecasted to live here, to work here?
Right, so it's 63 units, okay? And there is a mix of studios, 1-bedrooms, and 2-bedrooms. And if you want, we can go back and give you the exact bed count, but it's a split. Basically, we can go back, we can get you the exact numbers if you would like, but it's 63 units, and it's a mix of studios, 1-bedrooms, and 2-bedrooms.
Oh, here, it's right here. Thank you, Shanti. Okay, got it. So it does accommodate quite a few people who need to live here, who work here, who, you know, I chat with, whether I'm skiing, whether I'm doing whatever here, and then they have to drive to Reno or wherever. So, I mean, that's a huge part of this project that I would like to see. I mean, if it got bigger, I wouldn't oppose that, but I understand the economics. With a project like this, and, you know, I drive up and down here all the time. I probably visit here probably more than people know that I'm here, and I see sold out, sold out, sold out. There's not rooms available here. And this is an economic-driven, tourist-driven economy. If you don't have tourists here, the people who own the leather shop, who's actually making some stuff for my family, can't survive. So, and if you have a place like Alex Morlatos' place, who's up for sale for $30 million, and I know it's gonna go private, it's gonna go away. So you're gonna lose those rooms, you're gonna lose that beach, and it's gonna go to a private entity of people who are not gonna be, the public, it's no longer gonna be available for you to go rent a place or stay there. So you're gonna lose rooms. So now you're losing more economic development there. What I'd like to see also come back with numbers for the public is if, you know, for me, it's an investment into the industry of Tahoe, right? What is gonna be the return on our money that's going in there? And that was something I would ask Gloria to look into, who's sitting in the audience, to give us that number in the future. If we give them $2 million, are we gonna get $4 million back? How much money are we gonna get back? That's what I look at. If I take off my public hat here and I put on my private hat, that's what I look into, right? And that's why I do business out of state, because it's a lot easier to do business out of state than it is to do here. I would rather do it here, but the challenges here are so hard, like these guys are going through right now. You walk away. So when you walk away, then you don't have economic growth and you don't have people come in here to go spend money. And that's what I think needs to happen here, is you need tourists to spend money here. From my friends who own the leather shop, who they need tourists. So I would like to see what that number is to generate more public profits for the people who live here and bring in tourists here. If we're losing bedrooms and we don't have enough bedrooms, to me, it's an economic disaster to not have people come in here and spend money. If people don't come here and spend money, people who have the small mom and pop shops are not gonna profit, and they're gonna go away, unfortunately. So I would like to see that as well, to be transparent for the public and myself, because it's our public money too. We all pay taxes here. God knows we pay enough. So I would like to see that as well. What's it gonna be the economic growth and benefit of that? And bring that number back to you. This, to me, looks like it's a project for us to vote on to see if it's even a valuable project for the builder to do. I mean, if it was as myself as a private builder or, you know, a commercial landowner, I would want to see that before I wouldn't invest it into my community. Like I said, it takes so much trouble and time to do economic development in California. I could walk across the border in Nevada and they go, when can we help you start? Here, we get beat up. So why would I, you know, I think for us as a community and somebody who's on the board here and has businesses in Placer County, I think that this isn't a bad project. Maybe there needs to be some tweaks, but we're not voting on the tweaks. We're voting to see if this even project can be economically valuable for our own investment of our money. So I just wanted to state that. I'd like to see Gloria come back maybe with some numbers to give to us to say, okay, look, yeah, you guys voted on to give them $2 million. This is gonna be our return. We don't necessarily gonna grant that until this project goes through all the CEQA laws and everything else. But I think this is just a step forward to help the community get us on the right track to bring people here like ourselves to spend money. Because I drive up and down and I'm like, well, there's nowhere to stay. And if this goes away, you have less places to stay. And then what happens to your economic return here in your own community? So that's what I want to see, and that's what, you know, that's my thoughts for today. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I just have one question, and one of the things I do appreciate when we heard this item previously, the request was to take up all the TAUs, and none of the board felt comfortable with that. And I appreciate, with the change in the proposed project, the reduction in the number of rooms, it sets aside an additional 40, which I think is really important, and I appreciate that. I did want staff to clarify and define the forgivable loan for the TAUs, because my understanding is if this project moves forward, you take 80% of the TOT funds go back to the project, 10% goes to pay off the TAU loan, and then 10% to the county. So that forgivable loan ultimately gets paid back. The TAU forgivable loan ultimately gets paid back, correct?
You are absolutely
All right,
correct.
and I want that to be clarified. It's not a forgivable. We're not just giving the money away. The money will come back to the county, to the public, as a project is developed and money comes back in. So I just wanted to clarify that. It's just not a giveaway on that. Yeah, Supervisor Jones, sorry about that.
That's okay. That's okay. I also wanted to inquire about the rebate option agreement, because the rebates, the TOT rebates that we grant to the different hotels, are those all kind of on an as-we-go authorization, or are they automatically given to anybody, or is this is?
Yeah, it's all part of the incentive program. It's that third component that was added in 2020, and it is on a case by case basis depending on the project. And you saw one today, Evo. It could be a small project, could be a large project. So yeah, we do take those on a case by case.
Okay, so this could be a good thing for them, and that's what we're talking about, the optional agreement on that, which would be part of the economic incentive for this group. And then I'm happy to know that the TAU transfer agreement is just like we're saying that we will grant you the TAUs if you get everything done. You check all the boxes, everything gets approved down the line when we get to that point. But it's just so that they at least have that in their back pocket, is that they can get those TAUs. They'll know they can get the TAUs, so now they can calculate that in as the project could be successful. Without the TAUs, they can't guarantee that the project can be successful. So, I mean, that's kind of what we're doing. We're not approving the project per se. We're not going out there. I know everybody has concerns, but, and I'm comfortable with that agreement. I think it's the better way to go with TAUs than to outright say, well, you can have so many TAUs, and then we sit here and wait 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, like other places. But I'm happy to support that.
Thank you. I know that I did not close the public hearing, so now that we've had all of our comments, I'll make sure I close the public hearing. And is there any further discussion, or are we looking to make Supervisor Gustafson?
I had another point of discussion. So I try to take the hat off of an individual owner, and that's what I was trying to do when we talked about the redevelopment agency and the long history with this project. And so what I see that the board is doing is saying these opportunities, we are willing to invest in the right project. We're not committing to this as the right project yet. And so between the property, the TOT rebate, which would be from future revenues, and then the TAUs. And so it's almost a package that has evolved over time because we didn't have these programs at the start of the redevelopment agency. Maybe we would have seen greater success had we gone that far at that time. But when redevelopment agencies were taken away by the state of California, we've had to create our own local incentives because we don't have tax increment financing anymore to allow for redevelopment. So I'm trying to look at it that way. I'm not making a judgment on the project. I'm looking at what kind of investment should we put into Kings Beach, and so that's how I'm viewing this option agreement.
Thank you very much. All right. If there's any other further conversation or willing to take action,
I will move approval.
I'll second.
All right, so I have a motion by Supervisor Landon, a second by Supervisor Jones. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Appreciate your input and more information to come. Before we adjourn, I would like to adjourn in honor of the residents who lost their lives in the tragic boating accident this last weekend. We had 2 members of Placer County who died this weekend, Peter Bayless from Lincoln, Timothy O'Leary from Auburn. Our thoughts and prayers go out to them and their families. It was a terrible tragedy in our community, and so we want to adjourn in those victims' memories, all of them. Thank you very much for your time today.